regular Fairfax Town Council meeting. Wednesday, May 6, 2015. We're convening a little after 7 o'clock. We had a closed session. There's nothing to report on the closed session. We had interviews of candidates to fill vacancies on the Planning Commission, which we will take up right away. And people have an opportunity to provide public comment. So I'd like a roll call, please.
Councilmember Weinsoff. Here. Councilmember Reed.
Here.
Vice Mayor Goddard.
Here.
Councilmember Lax.
Here.
Mayor Kohler.
Here, and with that, we'll do the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
So I'm going to briefly read the meeting protocol, and then we will move on to appointments. So the mayor shall maintain order at the meetings in accordance with Robert's Rules of Order, and the council has a responsibility to be a model of respectful behavior in order to encourage community participation and citizen input at council meetings. The council and the audience are expected to refrain from using profane language and or ridiculing the character or motives of council members, staff, or members of the public, and to maintain the standards of tolerance and civility. Please turn off all cellular phones or place in silent mode. And I would like a motion to approve the agenda, but I would like to ask that we move the presentations 16, 17, and 18 before the consent calendar. And if anybody else has any changes to the agenda, we'll discuss the consent calendar when we get to it about potentially pulling items. Okay, so I'd like a motion to approve the agenda with...
So moved with the change.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, with that, we're going to quickly move on to the appointment of candidates to fill vacancies on the Planning Commission. And is this Garrett? Are you doing the staff report or
really
giving us some advice?
Really briefly. So you interviewed 6 candidates this evening. There are 3 vacancies. The staff report recommends that because one candidate can't make it, that you consider appointing 2 because we really need more people on the Planning Commission. I do know you interviewed 6 people earlier. One suggestion, because this is the appointment process, is the council in terms of a process, what we can do, and this is similar to what you did when it came to council member appointments, is that you did 6, you can maybe, all of you, as you go through it, can maybe list your top 3, and then the people that got the most vote, we narrowed it down to 3, and then out of the 3, you could pick your 2. It's sort of a process of just kind of whittling it down to your top candidates and then making a selection at that time. So but it's up to the council how you'd like to do it. That's one suggestion. It follows what you've done before. It's similar to what other communities do. It just gives you an opportunity to kind of narrow down the list before you make the 2 appointments, if that's what you choose to do this evening. And then obviously the remaining candidates, once you conduct the interviews the next meeting, then obviously they're still in the queue as a possible appointment.
I think that's a great suggestion. Before I move on, I just want to point out to folks who applied for the Planning Commission, and I'll make these announcements again, is that we have a number of vacancies on our commissions and committees in town, and we have 2 on Parks and Rec Commission, 1 on Open Space, 1 on the Volunteer Board. So for folks who are just really interested in, giving back to our town, the Planning Commission is not the only place, and there's a lot of really great opportunities to learn more about, how to get involved and fun things, and not as formal. So with that, I think we're going to do announcements after the appointments. Yeah. So I think what I would like to do, some folks were here during the interviews, others were not. But what I would like to do, rather than have the council start our discussion, if with the approval of the council, I'd like to open it up to public comment on if you want to support someone or make a comment about this agenda item. Let's start with that, and then we'll bring it back to the council. And if you could feel comfortable, state your name and where you live, that would be great. Ryan?
Hello, everyone. Ryan O'Neill, unincorporated Fairfax by 100 feet, but my mailbox is in the town limits. I've served on I was a founding member of the Fairfax Open Space Committee about 12 years ago when I moved into town. I was on the Planning Commission with some of you, and I was also a representative of the Tree Committee for the town for many years, and also served a short period on the town council. I have someone who I'd like to speak in regard to for the position, and a quick little mention of an approach that you may consider when making your decision. I'm here to speak for Mimi. She was on the Fairfax Open Space Committee with me and was quickly voted our chair. I served on that committee with both Barbara and David for different periods of time. And as you know, it's a rather thankless job with a daunting task of raising impossible amounts of money for large tracts of land. And in testament to how she works is she has a passion for that position and anything that she chooses to do. And I worked with her on a lot of projects, and she's inspiring to me. She's one of the most favorite people I met while doing this type of work in town. She gets along with others, and she does bring across a fresh perspective. In regard to your job, it's of my opinion, and I had to do this just as you are now, that there's different approaches to how you choose. It's never an easy thing to do. I love the transparency of it. However, if you recall, when I was elected or chosen to be on the Planning Commission, it wasn't because I had a design background and I wasn't a five-star architect. But what I did have is I did have a very good knowledge in the working of a community. And remember that even though you do have the power to choose who you want to fill this position, I'd like to remind you that it's not just what policies that you believe should take place, it's what people will best represent our town and our community. And with that, good luck and thanks.
Thank you, Ryan. Other speakers? Jack?
Could you push the button? We're being recorded.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the Town Council. My name is Jack Judkins. I live at 263 Bolinas Road, which is wholly within the town of Fairfax. I have had the pleasure of serving on the Fairfax Open Space Committee. I think it's almost 8 years now. That astounds me that that could be so, and it may not be, but somewhere in that range. And I also was on the Planning Commission for a number of years and was its chair for one incredibly long year. And so, first of all, I can't understand why anyone wants to be on the Planning Commission, but putting that aside, I applaud all of the people who do have an interest in serving the town. And I, too, am here to speak on behalf of one of the applicants, again, Mimi. I have had the pleasure of working with Mimi for 8 years or so on the Open Space Committee. As Ryan noted, she very quickly became the chair because she did about 2/3 of the work of the committee, and she has continued to do that. We actually have accomplished some concrete things like buying 2 pieces of property, actually 3, acquiring 1 through tax default. We've gone through the process of prioritizing properties that are of interest for open space purposes. We're moving through the general plan, open space element, and working on implementation of those things that are charged to the Open Space Committee. And Mimi, in each instance, has been the leader in all of those efforts. What do I think she would bring that would encourage you to appoint her? I think she would bring an incredible amount of intelligence. She's very, very smart. She has a lot of work-related skills that are certainly applicable. She's energetic. She's dedicated. She knows a great deal about and is experienced with the planning laws of the town. She worked on the general plan before it was adopted in, I think, 2010. And since it has been adopted, she's been working on the general plan implementation committee. She, as I said, has worked with any number of planning laws as part of the open space committee. And finally, I think her temperament is just incredible, because she is one of those people who, while she may not agree with you on every issue or may disagree with you on issues, is able to hear you, listen to you, support your views, and often convince you of the rightness of her perspective. I think she truly, like most of us, loves the town of Fairfax and has a very firm view of what that town ought to look like, and I think those would be great attributes as well. So I can't think of anyone I could more wholeheartedly support than I do Mimi. I did want to take one more moment to make a plug for the Open Space Committee. I imagine, since you have 7 applicants, that there will be some disappointed applicants. And if there are, and if they want to get involved with the town, and if they have an interest in open space, as I suspect many of them do, our committee is a great place to learn about the town and to engage in helping to preserve what many of us think are some of the finer aspects of it. So I would encourage applicants to look at that as another place to start.
Thank you, Jack. Other speakers in support of folks who interviewed for the Planning Commission? Okay, so with that, so if anybody has anything, please speak up, because we're going to bring it back to the council. And okay, I'll bring it back to the council. So I think Garrett made a suggestion of picking your top 3. One of the things I want to stress is I think it's really important that we're able to select 2 tonight. We only just make a quorum on the Planning Commission. And I know there are projects coming up. At least one of the members is going to have to recuse herself. Anybody gets sick, we can't meet. So I think it's really important. We have 2, we've interviewed 6. There'll still be an opportunity for those folks that are, you know, in the 3rd to come back, and also we're going to consider 1 more person. So with that, I'd like to bring it back to the council to probably give your top 3, and if you could give them in order so that we sort of have it. And Michelle, will you kind of be keeping score? I don't, that makes it sound kind of demeaning, but keeping a list. Okay, Renee, would you like to go first? Well, you were looking at me.
Oh, I was just looking at you. But
Okay.
I'm happy to go first.
Okay, Renee, would you like to go first?
Okay. You know, I could speak at length, but I won't do that about each candidate. I have to say that this is the most difficult thing to do in this role that we play up here, especially when you have 7 really outstanding candidates, and all different, and all equally passionate and smart. It's tough for many different reasons. So I'm just going to go ahead and pick the 3, and I can talk just a little bit about why I'm choosing them. So I'm going to start with Norma. Norma is going to be one of my choices.
Can you try to do them in order, like 1, 2, and 3? Just
Okay,
so,
so
we know.
number 1.
Okay.
Okay, and Barbara, we should talk about how long we want this to go on, because with 6 great candidates, I would like to speak about all 6, but I'm just going to go ahead and do this.
Okay.
Okay,
I
David?
think because we have a really full agenda, you may want to just give a broad.
Yes,
you know,
I just
mean,
don't want to have anyone feel cut short.
I just
okay?
want to say before we get started, we have a really long agenda, and we would like to spend a lot of time. We are so fortunate. This is embarrassing, the wealth of folks who have come forward who are so qualified. This is a really tough decision. So we'd like to say nice things about everybody, but I think, you know, just moving on, you know, you may want to add a broad statement. Go ahead.
Okay. So Norma would be my first pick. Norma's been in this field, a professional planner. She was a former planning commissioner from 1991, served 2 terms, knows the general plan intimately, very excited about the town center plan, which she knows well, and has a deep commitment to preserving the historical character. She comes from, her life has been about community service and in her profession as well. My second choice tonight would be Bruce. Bruce said something where he talked about real people and real projects. I know that Bruce knows this general plan probably better than anyone in the town of Fairfax. I think knowing that plan and being able to move forward and really have it in a creative, innovative, and hard, dedicated working way is a very important piece to rounding out the Planning Commission. And the third person that I'm going to choose tonight is Mimi. Mimi has more than shown her dedication to this town, her protection for what is wild, and her breadth of knowledge about how the town works. She comes to every single meeting. She knows what's up, what's down, where the controversies are. And as testament to her and her ability to work with a group, we heard several of her colleagues on the Open Space Committee talk about how she plays the role of a great team player, and so I think she would be an excellent addition to the Planning Commission.
Thank you, Renee. Peter, did you want to go next?
Sure. We do have an embarrassment of riches and difficult decision. It's nice when you have a difficult decision to choose among good options. And I was very impressed by everyone who interviewed today. My first preference would be for Mimi as well. She's really dedicated a lot of time to the community and is very familiar with the general plan. And that counts for a lot. I think she has a really good temperament as well. And I think she would work very well in building consensus in making informed decisions. And likewise, I also then want to state my preference for Bruce for very similar reasons. Bruce has been very involved with the general plan, Advisory Committee. I remember Bruce came to Planning Commission meetings 8-10 years ago when I was on the Planning Commission to talk about the general plan, and I think he really understands and embodies the values that go into that, and I think he'll also make some very good decisions. And for my third choice, I would go with Norma because of her past experience, her willingness to serve and bring some continuity. And so those are my 3 choices.
Thank you, Peter. John, would you like to go next?
Sure. Yeah, and I could repeat what my colleagues have said. I mean, we've got a lot of good people to pick from, and people that bring different things to it. Let me see, and I guess, I don't know, I'd pick number 1. I guess I would pick Norma because she's pretty familiar with that process. She's shown a lot of interest. She's come and sat through a number of these meetings where, you know, a lot of other people couldn't stomach the long time that it took. But I mean, I think she cares genuinely about the community, and she's given a lot already. And I think that she would bring a lot of knowledge from the perspective of what planning issues come up to the process. Bruce also brings a lot of knowledge about the general plan. I think I worked together with him on the general plan myself for, I don't know, over a decade or something. And I've gotten to know him pretty well, and I think that he is fair, has a good understanding of complex issues, and that's a good asset to bring also to the Planning Commission.
So is he number 2?
I guess he would be number 2, and I guess with that need, I would pick Mimi for the door number 3 if we want to call it for choice number 3, just because I think she brings something that's different there. I mean, she cares about the community a lot, and she's less of a planning background, but more of a people background, and I think that would be also, well, it has to be an asset with the Planning Commission, because you're making real decisions about people's houses and projects that they want and really care about, and you're balancing that out with their neighbors who might have a different opinion about it, and really the sweet spot is in the middle, and I think that kind of problem solving is something that needs to be there. So that's my 3.
Okay, thanks, John. David?
Yeah, I'll go with Bruce because of his deep background into the general plan and the time and commitment that he made to it. I think with John, you could say that they were the handmaidens of the fantastic document. Norma would be a remarkable addition, particularly as the Planning Commission is losing 3 extremely seasoned members. Norma helps to some degree to fill that yawning gap with her experience, not only professionally for some 3 decades in the business of planning, but for government, but also she served right up here next to me for 2 terms when I had the privilege of serving on the Planning Commission. I think that Mimi and I are going to have to sit down. In all honesty, Mimi, I love you. I just didn't like your answer, but to the question that I posed to you. But the commitment that you've made to this town, the work that you've done, is extraordinary. And before I get to pick and work with my colleagues on the 3rd pick next time, I'd like to discuss with you, but I will throw my 3rd choice to you. I would ask Mr. Peterson to please take Jack Judkins up on his offer to serve on the Open Space Committee, because sooner rather than later there will no doubt be a further opening on the Planning Commission, and I would be extremely pleased to see you taking a seat up here. Those are my choices.
Okay, thank you. So left to me, and I will just say again, thank you everyone for coming in. And these are not easy choices, even though I'm making everyone go through them pretty quickly. I've had the pleasure of working with several of these folks and getting to know them. And Mimi I worked with for 7 or so years on the Open Space Committee, maybe 6. And I've seen her constantly be at these council meetings and really following the issues and listening to them on her headphones. And when she's not here, she's watching on TV. And so she's very involved in town. Bruce, yeah, well, actually my 2nd pick is Norma. I've gotten to know Norma through some work we did on a campaign this summer and learned a lot about her background, and I completely agree with David as to, the breadth of knowledge that she brings with, we've lost 3 very seasoned folks to the Planning Commission, and I've seen her have a really even keel and a really good judgment on things. So, and then working with Bruce, more recently on the Climate Action Committee, I've really seen him, totally committed to this town and, really giving a lot of his time. So I would say mine are Mimi, Norma, and Bruce in that order. And, I just want to say this is not easy. So, and I would also encourage the other folks to really think about some of those other committees, because I was on the Open Space Committee for a number of years, and it was fun, and I was really giving back to my community.
Barbara, could you read what those vacancies are one more time?
Yeah, but we'll do it again during the announcements.
Okay.
So why don't we wait and do it during the announcements? So with that, Michelle, do you want to give us, so assuming we're going to 2, I think, and then deciding on the person who comes in third, that person would come back for the interviews in June rather than the other folks. Is that how we're going to do this?
Yeah, correct. If you appointed 2, what we would suggest is all the candidates would be available to be appointed in June, but you would just do 1 additional interview for the person who couldn't make it this evening. You wouldn't interview anyone again.
You mean, well, what about, we have a list of 1, 2, and 3.
Correct.
And somebody's going to come out third. It's my view that rather than having everybody come back, are you suggesting that we have everybody come back and then we make a decision even though we've picked a third person?
That was just our recommendation, but the council can decide based on this that, well, you really just need to hear from 1 other person, and then you can decide just based on that and this person,
I think
which is fine.
Given that we have the same names, although different orders, there are no other names here, it seems to me that the best approach would be to have the person who comes in third come for the June 6th meeting, or we make a decision between that person and the other candidate. Yes.
Madam Mayor, we actually received another application in the mail today.
I think that's too late, though. We closed.
Well, our notice says open until filled. We don't have a deadline. The deadline for tonight's interviews was last Wednesday, but the deadline for June will be the Wednesday before the June meeting.
Okay. Well, I think we've picked our third person, so I think we would consider that person among the other 2.
So, okay.
Unless the council disagrees.
I mean, I think we need to, I would base it on when the announcement was opened, just in terms of sort
Well,
of
I think we can't change that.
Yeah,
so I'm not bringing that back. So what we're saying is we will get 2 appointed tonight. There's only 1 name going to be the third body, and that third person would be considered at the next meeting with the other 2 applicants.
Sure. Yeah.
Okay. So with that, Michelle, do you want to tell us who the top 2 are?
Yes, I wasn't sure. So you wanted me to record also if it was your first choice, second choice,
Do you want me to give them back to you? Because
Oh, no, I wrote them all down.
Okay. So the top 2.
I guess my question is, were you thinking of giving them 1 point if they were number 1 and 2 points if they were number 2, and then taking the lowest number of points? Because there were 3 people that you chose,
let's do it
3
that way.
finalists. Okay, I'm gonna have to do some math. 2, 4, 6. Okay, 10 points for Bruce Ackerman. Do you agree with that? And I have 2, 4, 7 for Norma Fragoso, and 11 for Mimi Newton.
Okay, so it looks like
That would put Norma first at the lowest number.
Oh, okay. Oh, it's the lowest number?
Well, because if she's number 1, she gets 1 point. If she's number 2, she gets 2 points. Okay. Sorry, I'm never the one who does math. I have my own way.
Yeah, it's like a sailboat race.
The lowest number wins.
Okay.
So it would be Norma would be your top choice, then Bruce, and then Mimi Newton.
Okay, and we're sure the math is correct.
Yes.
I didn't check it.
Oh, okay.
Okay, you're sure?
Who checked it?
All right.
Mimi did? Okay.
So one of our candidates was doing the math.
Okay.
All right, so with that, I guess we'll be appointing, so the one with the Norma Fragoso and Bruce Ackerman to the Planning Commission. And that does mean that there is a Planning Commission meeting this month, so get ready. No?
Should we,
Actually, Madam Mayor, we have a special meeting on Monday for the housing element as well as the normal meeting on May 21st. So heads up to the 2 new members, you will be getting a packet on Friday.
And for just formality's sake, should we make a motion then based on our consensus straw poll?
Correct.
Okay.
Okay, would someone like to make a motion?
Well, I'll make a motion to appoint Norma Fragosa and Bruce Ackerman to the Planning Commission.
I will second that.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, and then Mimi, if you could come back on June 6th, but if you're not available, we'll consider it in absentia. And we will do some interviews June 6th prior to the council meeting. Okay, thank you, everyone. All right, that was painful. Okay, so we will move on to, but thank you so much. And we're very fortunate to have incredible candidates for our Planning Commission. Our announcements. The Fairfax Food Pantry is Saturdays 9 to 1 at the Fairfax Community Church. And volunteers are always needed, and that's a great place. You don't have to show ID or need. So any of your neighbors who need food, please show up. The Fairfax Farmers Market is every Wednesday in Bolinas Park, 4 to 8. So you can shop if you want to run out there now. And then moving on to vacancies and boards and commissions. We have 3 on the Planning Commission. Oh, no, I'm sorry. We have 1 on the Planning Commission, 2 on Parks and Michelle, one thing, can we close that application period? Because I don't think it's really fair to continue this on. I think we should close it. Garrett?
I don't think you can.
I will check the law on that and get back to you.
Okay. And then 2 on Parks and Rec Committee, 1 on the Open Space Committee, and 1 on the Volunteer Board. We also have 2 on the Tree Committee for at-large members, and we'll be discussing this item later. Renee has a couple of announcements, and I have a couple.
Yeah, I've got one also.
Okay, well, let's go to Renee and then you. John.
Okay, I just wanted to let everybody know that tomorrow night in this room, starting at 6:30, Sustainable Fairfax will be coordinating a panel discussion. It's called Go Blue, Take Action on Water. It will be an excellent panel. It will be moderated by Larry Bragman from the Marin Municipal Water Board. And it's 6:30 to 9 o'clock right here in this room. I encourage everyone to attend. For everyone's information, on May the 16th, there will be an opportunity to take advantage of a public workshop around Plan Bay Area Update 2017. It will be at the Novato City Hall. The purpose of this is to share lessons learned from Plan Bay Area 2013, to inform and obtain feedback on the key milestones, methodology for forecasting future growth, and goals and performance targets for Plan Bay Area 2017, and to discuss next steps. This is a Marin localized opportunity that the Marin delegates have fought very hard to get, so that you don't just get thrown into the maelstrom of open houses that ABAG will be putting on around the Bay Area. So please attend if you have any interest, input, and I really would encourage you to attend. If you want more information, I will post this in the back. Thank you.
Okay, great. John?
Yeah. One of them is that there's also a citizen at large seat on the General Plan Implementation Committee that Bruce is going to be giving up. And that's kind of a side announcement. It adds to our vacancies on different things. It's kind of an interesting thing, especially if you're into the general plan. The other thing is, starting on May 18th, and this especially makes a difference to parents with kids getting to schools, there's a new protocol with the bus thing, isn't it? Huh? They're not announcing it yet? Okay.
Well, you can announce it
Well, anyway, here's a sneak preview. There's basically, Marin Transit is doing a new way of offering bus ways for kids to get to school. They're bringing back yellow school buses is what they're talking about doing. However, seats on those buses will be basically paid for ahead of time. You buy a spot on that bus for your kid for the next year. And I believe, even though I hear it's not announced yet, or maybe this is the sneak preview announcement, that May 18th is when that opportunity to get those tickets goes on sale. And that's...
And for any families, folks that are at home listening to this, you can go on to the Ross Valley School District website, and as things come up, they will have all of the up-to-date information in places where you can contact to ask questions, of which there will be many.
Yeah.
So we'll keep you posted. But check the Ross Valley School District website.
Yeah, there's a lot of moving parts, but it's important. There's a limited window of when to buy tickets, or at least that's what they're talking about. So
Okay.
We'll see how well it works.
Thank you. And then I have a couple of announcements. One is we have a new tea shop in town. It's on Sir Francis Drake where the little bookstore was near one of the galleries. So I guess it just opened up. It's very exclusively tea, so enjoy that. On Saturday, May 9th, Supervisor Katie Rice will be at the Fairfax Library from 1 to 3 p.m. to answer questions and speak to residents or community members. She's also asked me to be there with her, so I'll be with her during that time. On August 8th, from 9 to 1 p.m. in the pavilion, there will be training for first aid for disaster response. And this is put on by the Marin Medical Reserve Corps. It's kind of beyond your standard first aid. And I suppose we may be able to post a link off the website to this. I know there's no room, but do what you can. That seems like a really good opportunity. And we'll have a flyer probably off our website. Another announcement is I've announced in the past that we raised $1.2 million to acquire Sky Ranch, which is a property in Fairfax and San Anselmo, connects hundreds of acres and miles of open space. One of the things we're doing right now is starting funding for restoration. You may have followed that the county just voted to acquire the property from Marin Open Space Trust, and that will happen later in the year. So with that, I think we can move on. And we are going to move on to open time for public expression. And if you feel comfortable, stating your name and address. Thank you.
Good evening, Jody Timms, 290 Cascade Drive, Fairfax. Just a couple announcements also. Actually, I want to mention, as your Fairfax representative on the Commission on Aging, next Thursday there will be a Healthy Aging Symposium that the County of Marin is sponsoring, and the Commission on Aging. It's at the Embassy Suites Hotel. So if you're interested or you know anyone who might be interested, please let them know next Thursday. The Healthy Aging Symposium, 9 o'clock, or actually I think it starts at 8:30, or show up at 8:30, starts at 9, something like that. Also, as the chair of the Age Friendly Fairfax Task Force, I just also want to mention two things. We are working on a document looking at how age-friendly Fairfax is, and we would really welcome community feedback and input onto that document. We'll have a table at the Fairfax Festival in the pavilion. So please join us or come by and take a look at what we have by way of a document for feedback and input. And also the task force is planning a senior Saturday social and fair on September 19th. So sort of save the date. We'll have health screenings and various community agencies there and some prizes to give away, etc. We really want to get the word out what services are in Marin County and in Fairfax for seniors. So
Will that be at the pavilion?
It'll be right here in the
okay.
Women's Club.
Thank
you. Okay, thank you.
Next speaker, if you feel comfortable, your name and address.
Thank you. Keen Simons. I am the relatively new executive officer for Marin County's Local Agency Formation Commission, or LAFCO, as it is known. And as I like to reference, the well-liked regional planning arm of the state of California, tasked with overseeing and working with our local communities on the physical development and evolution of cities, special districts, and in particular their service areas. And I have my own save the date for the council and audience attendees. Marin LAFCO has been working on a countywide water study of our own over the last 6 months, a study that's been prompted by our own legislative directive. And on May 14th, a week from tomorrow at 7 o'clock in the San Rafael City Council, staff is going to do a kind of a kickoff presentation on some of our key findings to date, a study that ultimately is tasked with informing our commission on 2 substantive outcomes that we hope to get to by early summer, and that is of the 8 or so governmental entities that are tasked with providing water service here in Marin County. Are there any boundary changes that would be appropriate in terms of LAFCO's growth management interests going forward? And then second to that, are there any governance changes in terms of the physical organizational structure of these agencies that make sense? So certainly as we go through this process, not only are we looking for your staff's good input, but we're also looking for your constituents here in Fairfax to help us better understand what are some of the key local conditions and circumstances that they see with respect to the dynamic of supply, demand, and growth here in Marin County going forward. And I'm just going to leave a handout with your clerk. I made copies for the council and staff, and it's a summary of our key findings to date, where we have essentially attempted to quantify everything from our own population projections now and going forward to financial solvency of water services to, again, the big discussion, which is supply and demand. So again, May 14th at 7 o'clock, we're going to have our first real discussion. We invite anyone to attend, and then also for anyone in the audience, if you have any interest in our materials, you can visit us at www.marinlafco.org. Thank you so much.
Is your contact information on there?
It is.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bruce?
Thank you. Bruce Ackerman on Valley Road, and I'm representing the Climate Action Committee. So I'm going to put this up. I think this is the right direction for people who are watching. The main thing that we are working on, we've reported on this before, is to try to increase enrollment in marine clean energy, and for people who are already on the default light green marine clean energy program, to encourage people to move to the deep green program. The more I learn about marine clean energy by working with them, the more amazed I am. And we really should, it's one of the easiest things we can do in this county that we actually had a big hand in creating here in Fairfax, and we should take advantage of it. So we really have very low enrollment in the deep green because you have to actually make a phone call in order to get on it, and that is tough. But there's a number right there. I believe it's 888-632-3674. And you just call them up with your electric bill in one hand and your phone in the other hand, and pretty soon you're on. So it's an incredible way to get 100% green energy and to support local solar, which there are several big local solar projects going in that we have paid for through our MCE, even though the rates are quite competitive with PG&E. And this is just really working well. So our second thing on the Climate Action Committee that I just wanted to mention is that we do meet on the second Tuesday of every month. That'll be next Tuesday, 7 p.m. over there at the Youth Club, Youth Center, and we welcome anybody to attend our meetings. We would love to see more community members come to the meetings. One of the things we'll be doing at this meeting is some updates on the greenhouse gas meter that we're working on. So some exciting projects coming on. Thank you.
Thank you, Bruce. Thank you. Mel? If you could give your name and address.
Melanie Paratus, 25 Park Road. Well, I want to thank the town for repaving the pavilion parking lot. It was long overdue, and it was a dangerous situation, and I'm really happy that that's done. That said, it brought up something for me in seeing how the lot was laid out, and that we lost some green space. There was about a 6 to 8 foot area along the wall that borders the field where the mural is, and they took that space and paved almost right up to that wall with the asphalt. So my question is, does the town have anything in the code or in the general plan that says that we don't want to lose green space when we're doing projects? You know, obviously when you've covered up the ground, now you've lost the ability of the water to percolate down through the ground. Now that water that would have gone through the ground there now is going to run off. That's a problem. And also for carbon sequestering and just having green space, you know, we're losing it that way. So that was my question or suggestion, that we could take a look at that.
Okay, and maybe staff can just get back to Melanie on this. Okay, great.
Thank
you,
you.
Melanie. Next speaker, if you could state your name and address, please.
My name is Stephen Franks. It's 19 Willow Avenue. After 3 long years and many, many hours of my time, Good Earth owners have finally started to follow the terms of their use permit. The noise level coming from the loading dock has been reduced by about 80% between the hours of 5 and 7 a.m. The town of Fairfax has now taken an active role in documenting the amount of trucks through our police department, and this is a welcome and long-needed step for enforcement. David, on March 4th, you asked Garrett Toy for a report, and the report came back on the April 1st meeting as no report. So I have chosen to take the reports in my own hands and follow up with the reports and the documentation and bring forth to the council reports. I was standing here with police reports in my hand at the time that the no reports was mentioned. So I'm still at awe on that. I believe the council has a very good picture of how this has been dealt with in the past, and I'm sure things will be taken with a more proactive approach in the future. Over the last 3 years, I've woken up to a high-pitched beeper more often than not at 5 a.m., 6 days a week, and common sense would suggest for the trucks not to use backup beepers at this time. How can we stop the backup beepers at 5 a.m.? It would be a welcome, it'd be a pleasure not to have to wake up to that noise at 5 a.m. I think there should be a rule in the town of Fairfax from the noise ordinance or somewhere along the way that we shouldn't have to wake up in a neighborhood like that with backup beepers blaring from the trucks. I've accepted that we have those deliveries at 5 a.m. That has been the choice taken, but the noise level still is too high. I want to thank Jim and Mark. I have full confidence in you both in the planning department. Chris has done a fantastic job with his officers down there reporting. April 28th, the problem is, one of the small problems is officers are only there for a short period of time, 45 minutes. April 28th, the first truck rolls in at 5:07, a 60-foot semi. It takes off at 5:36. Officers, second truck pulls up at 5:38. Officers pull up at 5:40. The report is one truck's there before 6 a.m., when in reality, 2 trucks are there before 6 a.m. So this is an ongoing situation, which I will be documenting. Again, hopefully it'll be quiet for a while, but I will be right back down here in front of the council to have the trucks stop at 5 a.m. if need be. Thank you very much.
Well, you know, success in this room comes so infrequently that we don't want to pass up the opportunity to belabor it. So could you possibly restate what's going well and what's not going well, very succinctly?
Sure. I think what's going well is the noise level has dropped quite a bit. There's still noise waking, obviously with a 60-foot semi truck pulling into that parking lot at 5 a.m., the noise is there. It's waking me up every morning. It's not against the rules. They're allowed to do that. backup beepers, they're allowed to have backup beepers on those trucks. That hasn't been taken care of by the owners. You know, that was suggested that they stop the backup beepers. It's a useless noise. There are no laws that say they need those backup beepers. So they are still, as of April 28th, there were more trucks than allowed. I'm not so worried about the amount of trucks. I'm worried about the noise level that those trucks produce, if that makes sense.
Through my cotton head, yes. Garrett, can you just look into the backup beeper issue, please?
Actually, I was going to report in the town manager's report kind of where we're at.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Next speaker, if you could state your name and address.
My name's Claudia Alexander, and I live at 17 Taylor Drive. And I'm here because at the end of March, I tried to apply for a business license. And I was encouraged, but it's apparently being put on hold because you're considering whether to allow Airbnb or renting rooms or apartments. And I was encouraged to come here and give my views on it. But now that you've been talking about the Planning Commission, I wonder if this is the right venue to be talking about this?
Let me ask our town manager. I'm a little confused. Why would this be the place?
Well, I don't recall suggesting that this would be the place to talk about it, but I think what the issue...
Why don't we let Garrett kind of cover this?
If you want me to cover this, okay. I think the issue is applying for a business license related to allowing your property to be used as a equivalent of renting it out to users.
Rental,
right.
Yeah.
And what the town code does not currently allow for that type of use with a business license. And what we're trying to do is trying to figure out how to best address that. I think the council may recall that you did direct us to try to do something about collecting TOT related to Airbnbs. And set aside, I do not know if the unit that she's talking about is an actual legal second unit or it's a different type of thing. That's all a separate issue. But we're just trying to figure that out at this time, and the instruction to staff was do not issue a business license for something like this, since we need to figure this out before we start issuing licenses that, while may not imply that that's a permitted use, I think most people would look at that and go, oh, well, you already approved my occupancy, so I can do things like that. So that's why.
Is our is our time frame to get back to the applicant or bring it to the Planning Commission or agendize it for the council?
I think we're still trying to figure this out, as well as figure this out with Airbnb. I mean, we've requested Airbnb and others that they need to honor our TOT tax and collect it.
If we just separate out the TOT issue and really just deal with the business license, is that something that we need to agendize for the council, or is it something that would go to the Planning Commission for discussion?
It would go to the council. I don't believe it's in the well, no, it's in the zoning code. No, I think it's in. I think if it's on the zoning code, it would go to the council. I don't recall her specific situation in terms of is a unit legal or not.
Could we hear the specific situation?
Okay, we cannot take action on this.
I understand.
So I think what we should do.
Let me. I'm sorry. Perhaps I could speak to her during the break.
Okay, well, why don't we do that, and then I think we should probably agendize it for the council. We cannot get into a long debate on this issue right now.
Yeah, Mayor?
We don't have time. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, are you confused right now by what's going back and forth?
Well, his comment about the TOT, I was
yeah, you applied for a business license to open up an Airbnb place,
well, I was
right?
advised to collect TOT and start, and so I have been. And I'm collecting that money, so.
Yeah, which is great. I mean.
But yeah, so I would like to obviously have a license.
And we're precluded by taking action on open time stuff unless if it's of emergency nature, which this isn't an emergency, though it may be pressing. But I agree with, I think, some of my other council members that this is a policy decision that we need to talk about. And I mean, I've heard 60 other Airbnbs. I mean, you're doing it right.
Yes, appreciate that you're trying to do the right thing. Garrett, could you speak to her? Excuse me, Garrett, could you speak to her on the break? And let's agendize this for the June meeting. you know, just kind of the broader policy issue, but let's see if we can get some resolution for her specific issue in the meantime.
Thank you.
We may not be able to, but we may have to take it up as a broader policy issue, but thank you for your efforts to do the right thing. Okay, anybody else for open time? All right, we're going to move on to presentations. And the first presentation is Transportation and Meals for Seniors and Others. And I'd like to bring up John Gaffney, Terry Scussel, and Krista Peltier. Morning, or afternoon.
Good afternoon. Madam Mayor, council members, I'm John Gaffney, Marin Transit. Just want to give a brief overview of what Marin Transit does and the programs that we offer, as well as focus on the senior disabled. For those who don't know, Marin Transit is actually an agency of 11. We contract out all of our services. So everything from the fixed route, which we do in the large bus with Golden Gate, and our small shuttle buses.
If people could stop speaking in the room so we could hear, I mean, it's just kind of difficult. Thank you. Go ahead. Sorry to interrupt.
No, no problem. So yeah, we do the large fixed route in Marin. We contract that with Golden Gate. We also do the small shuttle buses with Marin Airporter. The West Marin stage with MV Transportation, and then a bunch of other senior disabled programs through Whistle Stop Wheels. So I'll give a brief overview. We are actually getting into yellow bus as well, but I don't have a whole lot of information on that. It's not my purview. What I do is the Marin Access programs, which is our umbrella term for all the senior disabled programs that we offer. The largest one, of course, being Marin Access Paratransit. It's been operated by Whistle Stop since the inception of the ADA. This is the door-to-door service for those who are unable to ride public transportation. So that operates throughout Marin County, as well as up to Santa Rosa and to San Francisco and out to Richmond. It is a door-to-door service. We can get people further than that, but it involves a transfer with another agency, so sometimes that takes a little time. That particular service is the one that mirrors the public routes in that it is an equal right for those who have a disability. It's not age-based, it's purely based on disability. And we do about 600 to 700 rides a day on that service. Another one that we operate is the Marin Catch a Ride service. This is operated through Measure B money, which was our vehicle licensing fee. We are able to provide people with discounts for their taxi rides. Those who are 80 plus, or between 60 and 80 and no longer driving, or those who are eligible for ADA paratransit via disability. It offers $14 to $18 per trip, up to 8 trips a month through the taxi services. Unfortunately, with the recent closure on the 24th of On the Move, which was Radio Cab, Bel Air, and Yellow Taxi, they were providing about half of our rides, and we were doing about 1,900 rides a month. So we are actively looking for any agency that might take up those 900 rides. Still a very popular program, though right now we are faced with that issue. We also offer 2 kinds of volunteer driver programs, one of which is a mileage reimbursement program. So for those who are eligible for this, we give them mileage reimbursement for their drivers. They have to find their own driver, but it just gives them a little bit of extra incentive for that driver to take them further. In Central Marin, it's 100 miles a month, 35 cents a mile. And in West Marin, it's 300 miles, because obviously the distances are longer. And coming in June, Whistle Stop will be launching the Care Pool program for us, which is an actual traditional volunteer driver program. With that program, they're going to match up those who need rides with a pool of trained drivers. So we look for soft launch in June and hard launch on that probably around August. I also do travel training out in the community. I've been in this building and several others doing trainings for seniors and the disabled on their different travel options. It's usually about an hour to an hour and a half. We go over everything, get people signed up, things like that. I also do small, what we call transit tours, which is more of a one-on-one training. So we'll take people out on the bus, get them used to that in groups of 1 to 5. And we work with College of Marin on what we call the Route 149, which is a 15-week program that's part of their disabled students program, which teaches disabled students how to ride the bus. All of this is kind of brought together with our Travel Navigator program. What that is more of information eligibility. It's all in one place. So if anyone's interested in any of these programs, they just call one number and that person will walk them through the eligibility process. They'll fill out the applications for them, they'll mail them out, and you just have to sign it and get it back to us, and we can get you going on programs. So that pretty much is us in a nutshell. I did bring a bunch of information for the council. We have our new Marin in Motion guide and some brochures here for you. And I'll hand it over to Krista if you don't have any questions.
Okay, great. I just want to suggest Jody Timms is our Council on Aging representative, and she mentioned on September 19th we're going to have a senior fairs, and maybe she's already asked you, but it sure seems like it'd be a good fit.
Yeah.
Because I think the transportation issues are particularly difficult.
Absolutely.
And one of the reasons I asked for you to be here is we have a lot of folks living in the hills and who want to stay in their homes, like all of us are aging, and so I'm hopeful that some of those, perhaps the catch a ride and the volunteer driver might be an option for some folks who are having more difficulty getting to the store and the doctor and things like that.
Absolutely, and we're constantly looking for new programs to start as well, so
Okay, great.
stay tuned.
Thank you so much for coming. Krista. So I had the opportunity to work with Krista's programs for mayors delivering Meals on Wheels, and I met Krista and she mentioned to me that there's a lot of folks who could access the program who are not. So I asked her to come here tonight to talk briefly about that program. Thank you, Krista.
Yeah, thank you for having me here today. So again, my name is Krista Pelletier and I manage the nutrition service programs at Whistle Stop. The mission of the nutrition services is to provide access to affordable, nutritious food and community connection for seniors here in Marin. In total, Whistle Stop's 6 nutrition programs serve more than 120,000 meals annually. Through our Brown Bag Pantry, Community Breakfast, Meals on Wheels, Jackson Cafe, Meals of Marin, and the Home Delivered Grocery Program. And I'm here today to talk about one of these programs, which is Meals on Wheels. So likewise, I had the pleasure of meeting Mayor Barbara Kohler during our annual Mayors for Meals event, in which mayors from across Marin County come together to deliver meals to homebound older adults in an effort to raise awareness of senior hunger here in Marin. To date, there are 9,000 to 12,000 seniors here in Marin County that fall below the Elder Economic Index, which is the minimum income necessary to cover all of an older adult's basic expenses, such as housing, food, healthcare, and transportation. Of the 250 Meals on Wheels clients, 40% said that they were living in poverty, unable to afford the basic necessities to age with dignity and grace. Meals on Wheels aims to provide this dignity by delivering nourishing meals to homebound isolated seniors, as well as connecting them to community resources. It also helps seniors to stay in their homes for longer, avoiding costly moves to nursing facilities. In order to qualify for the program, you must be 60 or older and homebound, and there are no income qualifications. There is option of 3, 5, or 7 meals per week. The meals are planned by a registered dietitian and made fresh by Sonoma County's Council on Aging. The food is delicious, easy to prepare, and only takes a couple of minutes in the microwave and can be prepared in an oven as well. To give you an idea of these 2 menu items that we delivered today, one was tilapia with aioli corn and black beans, served with collard greens, a wheat roll, cantaloupe, and low-fat milk. The meals are delivered 3 days a week by our caring staff and volunteers. who provide a wellness check to make sure everything is all right and in order. If anyone is interested in signing up for the program, please contact the county's Aging and Adult Services at 415-456-INFO. Of the 250 people on the program, only 10 are from Fairfax. This is a particular concern to me since I know that the rural location of many homes in Fairfax can lead to further isolation and access to nutritious food. These are the types of people we are aiming to reach. There is no marketing for the Meals on Wheels program. It is solely by word of mouth and outreach by organization staff, social workers, friends, family, and hospital dischargers. So I'm here today to ask you to talk about the Meals on Wheels program to your friends, family, and neighbors in the hopes that we can reach some of our most isolated seniors so we can provide them with the dignity they deserve to age gracefully at home. If anyone is interested in learning more, they're able to contact me at Whistle Stop or go to Whistle Stop's website, whistlestop.org. Thanks for having me.
Thank you, Krista. Did anyone on the council have any questions? John?
Yeah, it's more of a comment. I mean, there's a thing on our consent, which is basically raising awareness of the CalFresh thing, and
Sure.
In conjunction, we have our local food bank event on Saturday.
Right.
And they have, delivery of food as, basically that's a bag of groceries, and there's the qualification process. Basically, if you need food, you go there and pick it up.
Right.
But we're trying to somewhat duplicate, but not compete with your efforts. But
Sure.
Cooperation is probably
With so taking the brown bag pantry items and delivering to people's homes, correct?
correct.
Yeah.
That's about 15 deliveries a week.
Yeah,
right
no,
now.
that's great.
Yeah.
That's great.
So, just as you're doing now, I just raising public awareness of the availability of this is a big part of it, because
Sure.
your marketing budget is a lot like everybody else's here, which is
Yeah,
Zero.
and we work with the county Division of Aging as well, and we're afraid if we market it incredibly broadly that there would be an inundation and we wouldn't be able to handle the uptake.
That's the fear, but there are people that need it, so that's
Absolutely.
good. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you for having me.
Renee, don't leave, Krista.
Oh, no,
We're
just-
going to also open it to the public if they have any questions.
I just wanted to ask what the funding source was.
Yeah, so we receive 60% of our funding from the federal government, which is then filtered through the Area Agency on Aging, Marin County, and then we receive 40% of our funding from contributions and fundraising.
So a brief note is we do have the food pantries on Saturdays 9 to 1 at the Fairfax Community Church, and if you do have any flyers,
Sure.
that might be, you could leave those with us and we could get those to folks who run that food
Okay.
pantry and they could have them there.
Sure.
So Peter, did you have a question?
Yeah, quick question. Krista, thanks so much for this incredible service for the community.
Thanks.
Was wondering if we know someone that wants to participate, how would they get in touch with you to have meals delivered?
So the Whistle Stop, we deal solely with the delivery of the meals, and then the county, which is the Division of Aging, they're the ones that they would call to sign up for the program, which is the 456 info.
Okay.
And they're able to contact me for general information about the program as well.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
And I want to open this up to the public. I also want to mention, Krista, Jody Timms, you heard about at the senior fair on September 19th. Might be a good opportunity if someone has time to come for a little bit of that. Anyone on the public would like to speak on this presentation? No? Okay, seeing none. Thank you, Krista.
Thanks.
And thank you, John. We appreciate your time. So our next presentation is on the Fairfax San Rafael Transit Corridor Feasibility Study Overview by Transportation Authority of Marin, and your name is?
Scott McDonald. Madam Mayor, if I may introduce.
Oh, Jim would like to introduce
Yes.
him, sorry.
I'd like to grease the skids here for our guest. I'd like to introduce Scott McDonald, who is a senior transportation planner for the Transportation Authority of Marin. And he's here tonight to give us an overview of what's called the Fairfax to San Rafael Transit Corridor Feasibility Study. It originally was called the Trolley Study. It morphed into a more comprehensive transit study on the corridor between Fairfax and San Rafael Hub in anticipation of the Smart Rail. I have the distinct pleasure of serving on the Technical Advisory Committee that is well underway, and Scott's here tonight to share with us just an overview of the study's purpose, its goals, the corridor, and the task involved with this analysis. And just a little housekeeping, Scott, there's that mic you're at right now. There's also a hand mic if you want to do your own slide presentation, or we can assist you in moving the slides ourselves.
Make it easy on everyone. I can flip the slides.
And thank you for being here tonight, Scott.
That's easier for you. There you go. Good evening, council members. Just to give you a bit of background on the Fairfax to San Rafael Transit Corridor Study, which is a study aimed at looking carefully at the potential for opportunities to provide additional transit services along the corridor from Fairfax to San Rafael. The Transportation Authority of Marin received a federal grant to look at transit opportunities on this corridor. And as Jim mentioned, we're partnering with a few jurisdictions along the corridor. We have a technical advisory committee that meets bi-monthly, and a consultant team we brought on, led by Nelson Nygaard and Associates. Includes the towns of Fairfax, San Anselmo, City of San Rafael, and we have representatives on this TAC from the transit operators, including Marin Transit, Golden Gate Transit, and SMART. It's a technical feasibility study. So we're working through the TAC to gain input throughout the process, and relying on the representatives from the various jurisdictions involved to report to the respective councils, and we'll be asking for some input from you tonight. In a nutshell, the purpose of the feasibility study is to look at additional transit services and opportunities to enhance existing transit along the corridor. Partly due to SMART introducing commuter rail service as soon as the end of 2016. So that additional demand for transit in Marin in general, in light of SMART coming to Marin, provides the opportunity to look a little bit more carefully at connections to and from SMART, particularly along this corridor. Specific goals, which Jim mentioned as well, looking at ways to connect commuters by way of transit to and from SMART from Fairfax to San Rafael. And those commuters could also connect to regional transit services such as Golden Gate's Route 101 to San Francisco, for example. We're looking at, by way of improving transit, trying to find ways to improve transportation throughout the corridor for all users to alleviate traffic congestion by encouraging more people to use transit. And then not only trying to support those who are transit dependent, who are being served by some of the programs that John mentioned earlier, but services which would also attract some of the choice riders, many of which who currently drive alone along the corridor, adding to congestion currently. Particularly because of one of the goals, which is to provide connections to and from SMART. These services that we're trying to identify would be at peak hours, such as in the morning, rush hour, and the evening as well. We don't have a prescribed alignment, and you'll see the core corridor we're looking at extends from the hub in Fairfax to downtown San Rafael. However, we're looking at how transit services in the core corridor would also coordinate well and complement transit that extends as far west as Manor and Fairfax, as well as far east as Montecito and San Rafael High School in the Canal neighborhood. This gives you a sense of the tasks in the study. You'll see where we're at now is we're on task 3. So previously, the consultant team's been looking at existing services and the markets for those services, and now we're kind of getting into the exciting part, which is we're going to start looking at, with the Technical Advisory Committee, some of the transit modes that might be appropriate for the corridor. That could be anything from enhancing existing fixed route bus services to limited stop or express bus services to dedicated right-of-way bus rapid transit opportunities, as well as Jim mentioned, the possibility for streetcar or trolley options as well. So there's no predetermined mode. We're mode neutral, I should say. And then we get into the corridor alignment. So there's no prescribed or specific alignment we're looking at. So we're going to take a look at Center Boulevard and Sir Francis Drake, for example, to get from Fairfax to San Anselmo, the whole gamut of options. So it's really an interesting challenge for us. And then we get into some of the ridership forecasts all the way to the funding. So I want to mention there's not going to be a preferred alternative. It's not an alternatives analysis. So what we want this study to reveal is a range of options, what it would take to accomplish those options. There's not going to be a specific recommendation per se. So that's kind of an overview of the process. We think it'll wrap up sometime around the end of 2015, early 2016. But I'm here tonight just to find out if there's any questions you have, of course, but anything you want us to keep in mind, any input you have, things that either for myself or Jim to keep in mind as we continue to meet with the TAC regularly throughout the process. And thanks for having me.
Thank you. Questions of the council? John?
Sure. I sat on the East-West Corridor bicycle study that was, I don't know how long ago, what?
A couple years ago, I think.
Yeah, well, it's like 6 years ago. Yeah.
Oh, okay. 6. Yeah, there we go.
I mean, we identified a lot of these same things and problems, and it saddens me to hear that are not talking about a particular alignment, because that was a major stumbling block that we ran into at that time. And before this started, I was brought in to kind of meet with some of the principals, about, because there's frankly a conflict between bicycle facilities and alternative transport facilities and gaps for both of them. So are the bicycle routes being taken into account?
I'm glad you brought that up. Yeah, absolutely. We actually, when we put out the solicitation to bring on a consultant team, we actually posted that. I think that's 2010 that the bikeway study was produced, and we had them study that really carefully. And we have an expert on that team whose expertise is in bike planning, that's looking carefully at the interaction between transit and some of the routes that were were analyzed carefully in that study. So that knowledge will carry over. But we decided not to have a predetermined route per se. We wanted them to look at all options, but that's certainly being carefully considered and taken.
Can I add?
I think that's very helpful.
David Parisi is a subconsultant, and he was our consultant on the East-West bike.
Yeah, that helps.
Actually, yeah. Can I just ask? So thank you first of all for the presentation. It's great to see what's going on, but I just wonder if you could just let us know, how does this work? Like when you go from this level of study, where you're not actually making a recommendation, who gets it next, and then how long until something starts to happen? Just because I think people want to know about how these plannings and studies and consultants and how it all works. So in this situation, where are we at? So
we anticipate there will be a couple alternatives that are analyzed at a higher level. We're starting off kind of looking at the range of alternatives. For a lower cost or more near-term, simpler enhancement option, let's say taking an existing bus route and making minor enhancements to the service to try to improve speeds, that might be something that could be implemented more quickly by one of the existing transit agencies. We mentioned that we're also going to be looking at a range of modes, types or transit service types, including streetcar, for example, which is not something that's an existing mode. So something like that, it's hard to say what exactly the next steps would be. This information would be received, and then maybe something like that might have to be studied further, and I'm not sure who the operator would be of a service like that, for example. But this is really just trying to identify what opportunities are available, what the technical constraints are, and then what the cost might be for a range of options. So hopefully that helps.
Thank you. Okay, Peter?
So are you actually looking at cost-benefit analysis for different options and costs per rider and those kinds of things? I'm just wondering about the depth of analysis you're doing when you're looking at these different options.
Yeah, so we would be doing their ridership forecasts. I'll just go back to the tasks. So we would look at, task 5. We're looking at ridership forecasts. So relative to the potential for ridership, we would assess the cost for the different options. So we would be able to compare the cost per, relative to the ridership to, so it would reveal the potential cost per rider. That kind of analysis would come through. Yeah. Any other?
Thank you. I'd like to open it up to the public if anybody has any comments on this item. Okay. No, thank you so much, Scott. Appreciate you coming.
Yeah. Thanks so much for having me.
Okay. And moving on to our next presentation, I'd like to ask if Bob Curry's here from. Okay, Bob, from County Public Health, and he's the project director dealing with tobacco issues. He's going to do a brief presentation on the health effects of e-cigarettes. We're also going to have an agenda item on this later on in our regular agenda, and I've asked Bob to stay in case there's questions. So with that, Bob, do you have an actual presentation, or are you just going to?
Actually, I did have a PowerPoint, but I'm going to take pity on you because I know you have a tremendously packed agenda this evening, and I think if I forego the PowerPoint, I'll make it a little briefer for you.
Well, I just want to say that a lot of people really want to hear about this issue, so 5 minutes, 6 minutes is good. Thank you.
Okay. So I just want to thank you for this opportunity to report on this, what we call in the Marine Coalition, a very serious public health risk. To our youth, because it is giving them a message that now smoking is okay again, and when they see people vaping all over the place. And the nicotine that they are ingesting is very, very serious to their health. But also to all other residents who breathe in the aerosol, not a vapor, but the aerosol that is emitted from these e-cigarettes. That is also very, very dangerous. And I also just want to, before I go on to the presentation, make it very clear that this is not about somebody's right to smoke or to use e-cigarettes. They have that right. It's just we want to make sure they do it where young people are not getting the impression that this is now okay and we're changing the whole social norm around smoking again. And we don't want them doing it where this aerosol, which has dangers to it, is going to affect other people. And for anyone who does want to, try and quit smoking or the use of e-cigarettes, we offer cessation services for them. Electronic cigarettes are battery-operated devices often designed to resemble a cigarette, and they deliver and they emit a nicotine-containing aerosol. And this, as I said this before, this aerosol, a lot of people think that this is just a very harmless water vapor, and it isn't. There's been a lot of studies done on this. There was a report that was delivered at the end of January by our state health officer, Dr. Ron Chapman. And in that report, he said, typically, e-liquids contain nicotine, flavoring agents, propylene glycol, and toxic chemicals known to cause cancer, birth defects, and other reproductive harm. Well, several studies have found lower levels of carcinogens in e-cigarettes in the aerosol compared to smoke emitted by traditional cigarettes, both the mainstream and the second-hand e-cigarette aerosol have been found to contain at least 10 chemicals that are in California's Prop 65 list of chemicals that can cause cancer and can cause birth defects. And I'd like just to mention one of those, propylene glycol, and that's in antifreeze that we put in our vehicles. Propylene glycol is an irritant. When it is a vapor, it's an irritant to the eyes and to the throat. But more importantly than that, research has shown that children who are exposed to propylene glycol can actually develop asthma, and they will have that the rest of their lives. And I know that parents, because there hasn't been enough education, and there's been a tremendous amount of marketing by the tobacco industry and other vaping companies, making us think that these are not dangerous. Parents who definitely wouldn't smoke a cigarette around their child are now vaping around their children. And they're doing this in the cars, they're doing it when they're on picnics, they're doing it sitting around watching TV, because they feel this is a harmless water vapor. And as I said, it is not a water vapor, it is an aerosol that contains ultra fine particles that can travel deep into the lungs, where they get trapped and they may lead to tissue inflammation. Going ahead on my PowerPoint here. One of the other areas of concern are that these are little cartridges that are left around by parents or older youth that are in reach of young children. And there have been a tremendous amount of calls to the Poison Center because young people are getting a hold of these cartridges and they're ingesting the liquids. And it's gone from, in 2010, there was one call a month to the Poison Center. And now there are 215 or more calls each month to the Poison Center. Luckily, we do have a bill, and we're hoping that it will go forward. Senator Hill, Senate Bill 24, it's part of there that he's putting on a child-proof, he wants these in child-proof containers. So we're hoping that that will go through and protect our youth in that way anyway. As I mentioned, the nicotine is another major concern for us because young people with a developing brain up until the age of 25, if they are hooked on these e-cigarettes, that nicotine is very harmful to them. There was a report that was just released last week by CDC. And in that report from CDC, it said that young people at high school level are trying e-cigarettes at an increasingly alarming rate. In 2013, high schoolers, 4.5% of them in the country with the CDC study were trying e-cigarettes. In 2014, we had 13.4% of our high school students that were getting hooked on this nicotine through these e-cigarettes. With the release of the report, Dr. Tom Friedman, he said, "We want parents to know that nicotine is dangerous for kids at any age, whether it's e-cigarettes, hookah, cigarette, or cigar. Adolescence is a critical time for brain development. Nicotine exposure for young youth can cause lasting harm to the brain development, and it can promote addiction and lead to sustained tobacco use." I just want to say that luckily here in Fairfax and the rest of Marin, most of our schools have adopted policies that ban e-cigarette use on the campus. In conclusion, I would just like to say that this is a real health concern. This is something that we have been addressing in most of the other jurisdictions in the county, and we're very pleased that you are addressing it tonight. And I'd like to close by actually reading the warning label that Mark 10, who is owned by Philip Morris, who's also Marlboro, Parliament, and Virginia Slims, has put on their e-cigarettes, which are called Mark 10. The warning label says this product is not a smoking cessation product and has not been tested as such. This product is intended for use by persons of legal age or older and not by children, women who are pregnant or breastfeeding, or persons with a high risk of heart disease, high blood pressure, diabetes, or taking any medicine for depression or asthma. Nicotine is addictive and habit-forming and is very toxic by inhalation or contact with the skin or if swallowed. Nicotine can increase your heart rate, blood pressure, and cause dizziness, nausea, stomach pain. Inhalation of this product may aggravate existing respiratory conditions. Ingestion of the non-vaporized concentrated ingredients in this cartridges can be poisonous, especially to children. So, thank you. Any
Thank
questions?
you. Questions of the council? And just remember, we're also going to have an agenda item later, but go ahead.
Yes, thank you so much. And I'm very glad you're here because I'm hoping you can shed some light on something. And that is, I have a 13-year-old and a 16-year-old. And the middle school kids are just super into it right now. But they will tell you that they don't have nicotine in them. That some do, but the kids know which ones don't, and those are fine. So they think it's fun. So I'm wondering how you would speak to that, and is that the truth? And
yeah, most of the cigarettes that are put out there by the tobacco industry and the major vaping companies do have nicotine. Some of them say they have less than others, but the research has shown, even some of the ones that say they don't have nicotine, they do the studies and they find out, yes, they do. The reason why it's hard to find out exactly how much nicotine is in them, they're not regulated. The FDA cannot regulate e-cigarettes. 90% of these are made in China, and we have no idea what is being put into these liquids that come to this country. And they've been breaking it down. That's why I said that some of these studies that they do, that after they say they don't have any nicotine, they do a study and they do find out that there is some nicotine in them. There may be some that don't have any, you know,
okay, I'm just wondering about the
amount.
propylene glycol. Is that where the nicotine is held, or is that there even if there's no nicotine?
No, that is one of them that's in a lot of the different chemicals that they have in the cigarette liquids. Some that may or may not have
So with
nicotine.
or without nicotine. So
Right.
I think one of the points that I think you made is they're completely unregulated. So even if you assume that there is no nicotine, you have no idea what's in that liquid, and it's not water. And that's what people try to tell you is it's water and it's safe. So they're completely unregulated. They have all kinds of things like bubblegum flavors and things that attract kids. And in the CDC report, middle school students, their use more than tripled, an increase of from 120,000 to 450,000 students. So the younger kids are, as you say, Renee, they're very popular. And so, anyway, okay, so anyway, other questions of the council? Let's just let that happen for right now. Other questions of the council for Mr. Curry?
Yes.
Peter?
You know, this future shock is here. I mean, I'd never heard of these things before a couple years ago. Are there any restrictions on minors buying these devices?
Yeah.
Yes, there is a state law. You have to be under 18. In that Senate Bill 24, they're trying to, and also I believe there's another bill that is by Senator Hernandez. They're trying to bump up the purchasing for e-cigarettes and regular cigarettes to 21.
Yeah, it just, reading his materials, it's unconscionable. It's like making the bridge between like candy and smoking and nicotine addiction, just making it seamless. And so I commend you for, you know, alerting everyone to these dangers. And it's appalling. I suppose it'd take some kind of federal regulation to really, you know, intervene on these things. But
yeah, we're hoping that that is going to come down. The FDA is studying the petition to look at taking control of these, and we've been hoping for 2 years now that they would do that, but we keep on.
What are the prospects of this current Congress supporting that kind of
I think
regulation?
that might be a bigger issue. The federal government tends to move at glacial speed versus we at the local level can do things, and I think in California we're very forward thinking.
Oh yeah, no, I was just wondering in general.
Yeah, we thought it was going to happen, as I said, with any time in the last 2 years, and we're still waiting.
And, you know, I just want, if I could request, if you, as this information comes out, if you could make it available to us as we're pursuing this in terms of policy, because I would say where I like to start things is in educating people. And when someone looks at me and says, this doesn't have nicotine, and I can't say to them that you don't know it doesn't have nicotine or it does have nicotine, it makes it really hard, and especially as a parent. And that's where, you know, we're parents of middle school kids. So it would be great to see what the tests say and to get clear with people so that when we do pass policy or we try to be parents, we know what we're talking about.
Right. Even if it doesn't have the nicotine, which is the addicting component, most of them have other chemicals that are on the Prop 65 list and can cause other problems.
I think the difficulty is there's so many different kinds, and they keep bringing out new ones. So you can test one in the lab, but you're not testing the 40 new ones that came out with a different flavor. So I think the point is there are other chemicals there as well. And it isn't water that you're smoking, and I'm not really sure that smoking water would be a great idea either, but that's me. So with that, it looks like we have do we have members of the public that want to speak on this item? Oh yes, come forward. Elizabeth? Thank you. And don't leave because we may have questions. If you could introduce yourself, please.
Yes, good evening, Mayor Kohler and council members. My name is Elizabeth Emerson, and I'm representing the Smoke-Free Marin Coalition, which consists of a number of voluntary health and education organizations here in Marin County. I was at a meeting a couple of years ago in which I heard a number of school teachers and counselors talk about how they've been finding these e-cigarette containers in trash cans. Sometimes they were filled with drugs, and mostly marijuana, but sometimes other drugs. And how they had these, they found all these vape pens. The teachers were saying the kids are sitting in the back of the classroom with these pens in their mouth. And then they found out that they were called vaping pens with the candy flavors, that the kids were getting them at local convenience stores, and that some of them had the equivalent of a pack of cigarettes in them. So I decided to make a video about, actually I made several videos about tobacco control. One of them is about e-cigarettes, and I interviewed local youth and teachers, parents, found out that there were a lot of misconceptions among the kids They were very confused also because they were using the e-cigarettes to get around the smoking laws. They were saying, you know, it's so confusing because you can smoke in some places. You can't smoke cigarettes, but we can smoke these e-cigarettes. And these vape pens, which, you know, some of them are black, some are purple, they're different colors. There's so many, there's quite a variety. So they saw it as a contradiction, kind of a world of hypocrisy. And then I also interviewed college students, university students for the film. Had to make it quite short. There were many more interviews. And one of them worked in a gas station at night here in Marin, and he, and also after school, and he saw a 3-year-old pick up a vaping pen that was right next to the candy in a self-service store and put it in its mouth. And that is filled with nicotine. And so I also interviewed some, well, you know, he stopped the child. But, you know, you got to think about, you know, where these are placed. And then interviewed Dr. Matt Willis, the county health officer, and a couple of physicians who really cleared up that these are not health products and really spoke to the youth, because this film was dedicated to youth. It was shown, it's being shown in middle and high schools. And they said the lungs are not designed to be smoked, that even that can cause damage. So you're right, Mayor Kohler. And that these are, they call them gateway products, gateway drugs to set kids up for drug addiction later. Also interviewed Dr. Stacy Anderson, who's one of your local residents. She's a researcher at UCSF and a professor at the School of Nursing. And
Elizabeth, we're going to have to wrap it up.
Okay, and so, and if people want to see the video, they can see it on the website, smokefreemarin.com. It's called E-Cigarettes and Nicotine Nightmares. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, with that, we're going to move on to our consent calendar. And first I want to ask members of the council if you, we may want to pull an item or two, but if you just have a quick comment on that, we don't necessarily need to pull it. So I'd like to ask Peter, did you want to, and I would wait on the comments. If you just want to pull something, let's go through that first.
Yeah, I wanted to pull item 13 and 14. I had some question about some of the costs.
Okay, is that something we can just answer the questions and leave them on consent? Because we could do that and not pull them, or do you feel it's a very detailed discussion?
I don't know. You know, there's a discrepancy. I think we could probably.
Well, why don't we try to just deal with it as question answer? If it gets too long, we can pull it, but I think we can deal with those easily enough. And then anything else? I'd like to make a recommendation that we pull item 11, the priority conservation area designations. I think that one's going to require a lot more discussion and follow up. Anyone else on the council? John? And then if we just want to speak on an item, we could do that as well.
Yeah, okay. Well, basically item number 10, I think there's at least one member
I understand George Taylor would
here.
like to speak on that, and I don't think we need to pull that. I think we could just have a brief.
Yeah, basically the whole reason why it's on here is to raise public awareness of this particular issue.
And thank you for bringing
so,
that. And all right, so let's leave that on, and we'll quickly do that. And then I'm going to have a comment on number 3. Peter's going to have a couple of questions on 13 and 14. And also we'll have pull item 11. And I'd like to move that, because there are people here waiting for that, after item 20. So we'll take the number 19, number 20, and then move the PCA discussion there. And why don't we get to our few questions and then we'll open it up. Well, shall we ask members of the public if they wanted to pull something or just make a comment? You have to come to the agenda, to the microphone, please, Michael.
I'm sorry. I was going to ask you to pull number 11 from the consent calendar. Thank you.
Okay.
And I was hoping I could also explain why I so rudely interrupted your meeting, which I apologize, because I'd like my counsel to know what this is.
Okay.
I just left
well,
a meeting.
It's not open time.
Oh, I know, I realize that. I just left a meeting with Novato PD, the IJ, the Marin History Museum, and so I'd like my counsel to really see what was going on, and I'll make it very short. I can make it probably a minute and a half.
Okay, well, Michael, I'm sorry, it's not open time. We had this last time where somebody wanted me to open time, and I did not do it. So we can't do that. And maybe what you can do...
This is part of our history that's being looted from the museum.
I think most of us have been following the paper. It's very tragic, so thank you for bringing it. But we cannot open time again. But we are going to pull item 11. So with that, let's bring it back to the council. And
I'd also like to make a comment on 15.
And you'd like to make a comment on
announcement.
15? Okay. So with that, let's just go through them in line items. Briefly on the town investment policy, I just want to mention that something we added, although we actually created a full investment policy, which is great thanks to our finance director, Mike Vigret, for putting this together and working with the finance committee. But I just want to mention that we added social and environmental responsibility to our investment policy, not only being consistent with our resolution to not include holdings in fossil fuels, but also to the extent feasible, our investments support the following principles: fair labor, sound environmental practices, health and safety, responsible contracting, and diversity. So I think we're one of the few who's really stepped up and tried to have those as part of our policies. And I just wanted to mention that and thank Mike for his hard work on the investment policy and our finance policies. So moving on to in order, let's go to the item 10. And I want to thank Councilmember Reed for bringing this to the agenda. And George, did you want to come up and make a brief statement?
I'd love to. Yeah.
And just introduce yourself for people that don't know you.
I'm George Taylor. I live at 100 Toyon in Fairfax. A member of the volunteer board. And I wanted to thank the town council and the town officials as well for entertaining the resolution on hunger in Fairfax, and particularly wanted to thank Michelle and John for their support. Sadly, Holly and Larry had to leave, but I wanted to thank them as well, and Reverend Hartz for their support of the food pantry, not only for providing food for so many families in Fairfax, but also for providing a place for our townspeople to gather and serve each other, serve those less fortunate. So I'm grateful also that we live in the United States, because some of my tax dollars go to support CalFresh, which is a federal food aid program. And when a community reaches out to support the disadvantaged through such an aid program, we act with generosity and compassion. The resolution which John has will lay out the facts. We also heard from the Meals on Wheels that there's a lot of hunger in Marin. There's a lot of hunger in Fairfax. The volunteer committee, the volunteers board, and many other organizations in Fairfax are working to alleviate hunger. I wanted to tell two brief stories about community support. First, a lady came to the Fairfax food pantry several months ago, well-dressed, wearing an expensive shawl. She was carrying a wicker bag with a logo from a chic boutique, a chic boutique. She was putting free food into this wicker bag. She said to me, "I never thought I'd be here. I never thought I'd be here." I realized how grateful I was that I was on the volunteer side of the distribution table. But I know that none of us is ever sure, certainly, that we'll never be on the other side of the table. The other story is a little more personal. My older sister once had a bad reaction to medication, and she wandered off from her medical facility. We lost her for several terrifying weeks. a social service agency in another state found her, put her up in public housing, and made arrangements to send her back to California. So sometimes when I see the homeless and the hitchhikers moving through Fairfax with their battered backpacks, I recoil, I pull away from them, maybe like some of you. But then I look again and I see my sister. I'm grateful that someone who did not know her took care of her those many years ago and sent her home. That's the kind of town and country I want to live in.
Thank you, George.
Okay.
That was
Well, thank you,
wonderful.
Yeah. I mean, mostly this is here. Thank you very much.
Alexandra Danino is here from the food stamps. If anybody has any questions, I don't know the board.
Great. Okay. Well, if you want to just raise your hand in case anybody, we won't be able to actually take this. We haven't pulled this item, but thank you.
But basically, it's for public awareness of, I mean, both the Saturday food thing, which is you don't show an ID, you don't have to show income or anything. If you need food, you show up on Saturday and down at the community church, and that's what that is. This is on the agenda to raise awareness not only of that, but of the fact that this CalFresh, which a couple of years ago was known as food stamp program, there are over 300 families in Fairfax that qualify for this that don't get food stamps, and it's a process that you can go through, and this resolution states that among many other things in the whereases, and it resolves that we're looking for a multifaceted program to try to raise awareness of this, and urges the county to do so as well. So thank you.
Barbara, I think the contact information, they can look on the Fairfax website and go to the volunteer section, and they can contact us and we can route them to the San Francisco Marin Food Bank.
Thank you very much, George. Okay, thank you, John. So moving down the line, and we're just going to have Peter ask a couple of questions on item 13 and 14, and hopefully we can resolve those, and we can move on to approve the consent calendar after John makes a comment on item 15.
Yes, thank you. So my concern in looking at the grant from TAM, and then the, which is item 13, and then item 14, the staff report about the actual funding, I just want to get some clarification on what the cost would be, and then what we're approving for the construction services. Item 13, it looks like the grant has a $45,000 allocation for final design. And then in item 14, it looked like what was budgeted for the design, what's being proposed is about $53,000, and it looks like there's about a $8,000 shortfall between those two numbers. I'm just wondering if I'm seeing that correctly. But in looking at this, it concerned me that there might be some kind of a shortfall between what's being granted by TAM and then the actual budgeted figures for the construction management services.
Why don't we let Garrett kind of speak to that? I think I saw the same thing, but then when I looked at it, I realized there was no discrepancy, but maybe Garrett, you can speak to this?
Sure. Did you have other questions besides that?
That was the one that struck me.
Okay.
Just in looking at that.
You make a good point. How it works in the grant application is the two numbers together, environmental studies and permits and final design, those are actually lumped together. Just for this application, we had to break it out separate, but those two numbers together add up to $55,000, and that's actually sufficient to cover the design because we really don't anticipate spending a whole lot on environmental studies and permits, but it was just a function of the grant application where TAM just separated it out that way, because we originally just put in $55,000 for design, and they just split it out that way.
Okay, where's it say the $55,000 for the design?
Oh, I'm sorry. If you look at cost estimates under Exhibit A, which is the proposal for the bike spine gap completion project, you'll see that environmental studies and permits is 10, design is 45, you add the two, and that's $55,000. That's really the amount available for design. The next number, construction, estimated about $244,000. We have a contingency there in case some things go over. And to maybe answer your other question related to the contract, there's a plug number there of $40,000 for construction management. The contract, which is item 14, with Parisi Transportation Consulting, is for design, and I think that's, I forget, $53,000 and change. And then we had an optional thing for construction management at about $34,000 or so.
Right.
And to allow us staff flexibility is we'll know better when we get to design and bid it out if we need all the construction management services. Typically, if we decide we can do it in-house, then really what we need is we need the engineer as a consultant for when issues come up related to the construction or questions by the contractor submitting requests for information and change orders and those type of things. So we'll probably need a portion of it. I don't know if we need all of it, but I just wanted the flexibility to be able to do that without having to come back to the council if we needed that type of assistance.
Okay, all right.
Thank you, Peter. And John, did you want to make a brief statement so we can move on item 15, please?
Yes, item 15 creates a bicycle and pedestrian advisory committee, and both Renee Goddard and myself, John Reed, are co-chairs on that. And it's going to have a number of slots for interested representatives from either bicycle community or the pedestrian community, or if you have anybody in this room or anybody watching this has an interest in sitting on this committee. This should be open very soon, and I think we need to convene this as soon as possible. So put your name in the hat to contribute to your community. So thank you.
Thank you, John. Okay, so with that, we're pulling item 11, and I think I'd like to entertain a motion. Oh, I'm sorry. I've already asked the public, so I'm good.
Barbara, did you say that we would put 11 after 20?
Yeah.
I wondered if we could do it after 21.
We actually have people that have been sitting here waiting for that item, so I know we have people here for 21, but let's try to put it in. I think it won't go too long. So with that, I'd like a motion to approve the consent calendar minus the pulled item 11.
I would move passage of the consent calendar with pulling number 11.
Okay, second?
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. If we can take a 5-minute break, and then we will start with our regular agenda. Thank you, everyone, for being so patient. I think we will move it along once we start. Thank you. So, keeping with our tradition of running late, we're going to be starting our regular agenda, but I do want to say, you know, we've had 3 presentations and a little bit of debate or discussion on the consent calendar. So with that, we want to move on to discuss, consider residents' petition regarding the noise ordinance. And I know we've got folks here. So Garrett, would you like to give the staff report?
Sure. As one clarification, you're moving your council reports and the town manager report to the end of the agenda?
Yeah, let's do that, because I think we've got a lot of folks here, and that's probably, and I forgot, but thank you. That's the best way to go. Okay,
great. So if you can bear with me, I think for the staff report, since you haven't really discussed this matter since January, I thought I might just run you through a little of the background history of how we got to where we're at. So I thought that might be helpful to hear. So actually this whole issue started back in October 2013. The residents of the Deer Park neighborhood submitted a petition to the council. That petition concerned the town's noise ordinance and enforcement of the ordinance regarding to noise at Deer Park Villa. At that time, you directed staff to conduct a neighborhood meeting, which we did in November 2013. February 2014, the council discussed what happened at that neighborhood meeting and asked staff to coordinate a second meeting. The parties declined to participate in a second meeting. So in May of 2014, the council actually discussed possible revisions to the noise ordinance. And at that time, you did not take action, but you said, let's schedule it for a future meeting. At the end of May, the residents submitted a second petition. Second petition actually addressed proposed revisions to the noise ordinance and enforcement of the ordinance. The council did agendize that for June, but it was actually, it was actually continued to the August meeting just because of time constraints. Weren't able to get to it at the meetings it was scheduled for. In August, you further discussed the issue, and you actually directed staff to meet with the owner of Deer Park to evaluate the improvements he said he put in place to try to address the issue. In October of 2014, you discussed it again, and you actually asked staff to follow up on 3 actions. What we did at that time, council actually continued the matter from October to November to allow the property owner an opportunity, the business owner an opportunity to attend because he was unable to attend the October meeting. At the November meeting, the owner indicated that he believed there's a judgment against the town related to Deer Park and noise. And at that time, the council, in light of that information, you actually requested the item be continued to January meeting to allow time for staff to research the issue. Since then, what happened is at the January meeting, and I'll get to what we actually discovered, but at the January meeting, what happened is that that item was actually continued, and the thought pattern at that time is the parties indicated they were willing to go ahead and participate in a voluntary mediation process. Since that time, parties actually weren't able to reach agreement. I think it was great that they gave it a shot, but the residents asked this item be placed back on this agenda for this evening. So, in terms of where we are, our research, what we discovered in the issue related to the court judgment, we actually went to the courts, found a copy of that, attached it to the staff report. However, any background material related to that was destroyed by the court. A review of our files, we can't find anything related to the judgment or the suit. And basically the judgment concerned the town's actions to prohibit amplified outdoor music at Deer Park in 1978. Now, according to our review of the minutes, back in '76, Town Council approved the use permit for outdoor music at Deer Park Villa. That limited it to 8:30 p.m. for for-profit events and 10 p.m. for charity events. In '78, the council took another look at the use permit. At that time, modified it to prohibit outdoor music at Deer Park. Deer Park filed a suit. Court issued a judgment restraining the town from doing that, asked the town to kind of reconsider the matter. Just for record, again, we couldn't find anything in our files. Now, where we are right now, our position is that that judgment does not restrict the council's ability to revise the town's noise ordinance. And there's no indication that the use permit has ever been modified from 1976. So, with that in mind, what we did was we prepared a list of possible options for the council to consider this evening. And the challenge that's always been the challenge for the council, as well as for the community, is balancing that right to neighbors and residents to the quiet enjoyment of their property against the business owner's right to operate a business. And so that's kind of the key issue, but here are the options. The options that we laid out, and these are the same options that we presented to the council in January, but that item was continued to hopefully allow the parties to participate in voluntary mediation. So you can choose. One option is obviously to maintain the status quo, don't make any changes. Option 2 is to request the Planning Commission to ratify the conditions of the use permit based on the town minutes, or direct them to modify the use permit as they see appropriate. And because we don't actually have a copy of the actual use permit or letter, this in essence would kind of create it and allow the Planning Commission to modify it if they wanted to. Then the third option is that you can direct staff to come back to you with revisions to the noise ordinance. Possibilities for that are Deer Park Villa sits in Noise Zone B. It's the only commercial business in Noise Zone B, and you could adjust the daytime, what we refer to as day hours of operation. And right now that sets outdoor music to end by 10 p.m. You could adjust that to an earlier time, like 9 or whatever time you believe appropriate. Another option is you could actually revise the decimal levels in Noise Zone B for during the day hours, and or you could maybe select different times for different days in Noise Zone B. So maybe Monday through Thursday there's a much earlier time, and Friday and Saturday there's a later time, or something along those lines. The other option we put in here is you could direct staff to revise the enforcement portion of the ordinance, which we're recommending in any case. And that's actually attached to here. We had talked about that previously. That's attached to the staff report. Or you could do some combination of the above. Now, as staff, we're not recommending that you do anything with Noise Zone B in terms of getting rid of Noise Zone B and just having an A and C. It seems to us that Noise Zone B is a buffer between A and C. A being residential, C being commercial. So we think you still need to have the Noise Zone B. And the only commercial business in that happens to be Deer Park Villa. We would also recommend, and like I indicated, is you allow us to bring to you the revisions to the enforcement ordinance. And we wanted to point out that the most straightforward provision or revision, if you wanted to consider something, is just to change in the day hours the category in that table, which is also attached here. So if 10 o'clock's the limit, then just change that to earlier time. That would be the most straightforward approach if you wanted to do something. So at that point, pretty much the recommendation is we just need direction as staff. And if you direct us to make revisions to noise ordinance, how it would work is we would come back to you with the actual ordinance for introduction. Then assuming that got approved, then you'd have a second reading, and then it'd take effect 30 days after that. So with that, that's the staff report, available for any questions.
Just one clarification. Did I hear you say that under any circumstances you're recommending that we revise the enforcement provision in the ordinance, or did I mishear you?
No, that's correct.
Okay, thank you. Other members of the council have any questions? And also remember, we have folks wanting to speak on this item. So we're going to bring it back as well. Go ahead, Renee.
No, could you just read what that exact change would be in the enforcement piece? Or where is that red line in here? Just for the public, I think it's important that that's what you're recommending, so let's look at the difference.
So the actual language. So the language would be changed to, if the chief of police determines that the noise is extremely offensive to a person of normal sensitivity because it contains a steady, audible, or high-pitched whine, screech, or hum, is repetitive, such as hammering or riveting, or is music or speech that is distorted, contains emphatic beats, or vulgar or profane language, chief of police it should be in, it says or. It means in his or her designated representative may reduce the exterior, I'm messing up this part. The chief of police or his or her designated representative may reduce the exterior noise limit by 5 decibels.
And it did state prior to that?
Right on top of it in red line.
I do, but it's
She would
just,
like
we're
members of the
going to
public
talk about
and
this. I
those-
think it's important that they see.
Thank you,
Sorry.
Renee.
So the strikeout that exists now in the current code is, I should have printed it bigger. Okay. In the event the alleged offensive noise, as judged by the chief of police or his or her designated representative, contains a steady, audible tone, such as a whine, screech, or hum, or is a repetitive noise such as hammering or riveting, or contains music or speech, the standard limit sets forth in the table below shall be reduced by 5 decibels.
Oh, I'm sorry, John, did you have a question?
Well,
I mean, maybe I misread you.
It's obvious to me what the difference
Okay.
is here, and I don't know if we're speaking to that right now, but I mean, I think that that particular change, you know, it can only be applied with the revised thing if it's deemed offensive or distorted, and it's optional by may reduce instead of shall reduce. So I don't see it solving the problem myself with that change in that way, at least.
I don't think we're advocating it would solve the problem. We're just making it clear it's in the police department's discretion to reduce it by 5 decibels.
Yeah.
Janet, could you speak into the microphone? Since we're
Right. The
being
intent is
recorded?
not necessarily to solve the problem. It's to clarify some language that we've went round
Well,
and round
it
about
is-
trying to interpret.
Yeah.
That's all.
Well, it is, I mean, I remember the chief's objection to it before is it was not clear. And, you know, it could be not clear in one way or not clear in another way. And I guess that makes it clearer, but it makes it clear in the wrong way, in my opinion. But I guess that's a policy thing.
I missed the previous proceedings and just wanted to know the thinking behind this change in language.
We were just trying to interpret it and trying to make it clear and understandable to everybody. That's all. We were trying to give it a very clear interpretation. So it wouldn't be subject to a number of different interpretations and be confusing. So we were just trying to clear up any confusion about this particular language. There's no recommendation necessarily about the language itself, about the idea or the policy behind that. It's just the clarification of what's existing.
Have a couple of clarifying questions on this language. So when it says extremely offensive to a person of normal sensitivity, is that another area where it gets a little difficult to interpret who's deciding that? Or is that, in your view, the kind of language that you typically see that makes sense, so it's kind of the reasonable person standard?
It's exactly that, yes.
Okay. All right, well, let's open it up to the public who've been waiting to speak for quite a while. And if you could state your name and address if you feel comfortable, and remember that you have 3 minutes to speak, or less would be great. So thank you for coming. First speaker.
Hello, my name is Marcia Custer. I live at 12 Porteous. I've spoken to you before about the concerns my family and neighbors have regarding excessive, disturbing noise in our neighborhood. In the past, we've discussed the noise ordinance, and we have presented how many other towns in Marin have handled similar issues. We have submitted 2 petitions with combined signatures from almost 100 residents supporting our neighborhood concerns. I'm here tonight to suggest another strategy: enforcement of the limited commercial zoning ordinance. We believe revising this ordinance, which governs a business in a residential neighborhood, might be a reasonable solution to the noise issue. As you know, the limited commercial zone ordinance 17.092.040 states that the permitted uses of a restaurant, among other activities, must be conducted entirely within a building. It also prohibits entertainment of customers or clientele by music. In discussing this with our neighbors, we have a petition signed by 40 residents who had asked that the council enforces the limited commercial zoning ordinance with the following allowances. Allow indoor amplified music and speech until 10 o'clock. Allow outdoor non-amplified music until 8:30. Allow for restaurant and bar service at a distance that would include the Redwood Grove. We believe that this is a fair and equitable solution to resolving the noise issue, allowing a business in a residential neighborhood to thrive while also allowing the residents of the neighborhood to have the freedom from excessive noise that we deserve. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Yes, go ahead.
Would it be possible to ask staff what they think of that?
Would that be all right to do that now, or do you want to wait until the end?
Maybe it might be better in the end, just because there might be similar questions. Just answer them all at once.
All right, good point. Thank you. So we may call you up again, but right now. Next speaker, Bob.
Bob Stemple, Porteous. I'm going to read. It helps me keep to the 3 minutes that way. As Marcia said, we are looking, as always, for a solution to excessive noise that will work for a business that is surrounded by families and for the families themselves. This petition, with 40 signatures, is a practical, efficient way for many voices to be heard. You can imagine when talking to so many neighbors who have been affected by loud events, we hear a number of suggestions for how to solve the problem, but we have always ruled out any idea if its purpose is to hurt the business rather than to mitigate noise. In our search for a reasonable solution, we have in the past suggested that the town look at town codes of other communities in the area for ideas. Since then, attention has been drawn to the whole town code, including the zoning ordinance. It looks like there was a lot of turmoil in the past around this very same issue. We think that our approach, allowing uses that are currently prohibited, avoids that turmoil because it gives the business something and it gives the neighbors something. The current zoning ordinance for limited commercial zones was amended in 1984. It does not allow businesses to be conducted outdoors, nor does it allow music for the entertainment of guests. We propose, as Marcia said, revising the ordinance to allow those activities with reasonable limitations. Amplified music would be allowed indoors until 10. Acoustical music would be allowed outdoors until 8:30, and bar and restaurant service would be allowed at a distance from residential properties that would allow dining in the grove but not on the deck. This is a good time to approach changing the ordinance, particularly because of the uncertain future of the property. The family is currently exploring all of its options, whether they choose to remain in the restaurant business or if they succeed at selling the business. Changes to the zoning ordinance will provide long-term solutions for the property and for the neighborhood. As you know, the restaurant abruptly closed in December. Change is sometimes hard, especially when it comes suddenly. Mike owned a business right downtown until about 1990, and it abruptly closed too, disappointing, I imagine, many loyal customers. But Mike survived just fine, and in his place, rather than a bar, Fairfax has a coffee roastery, one of the most popular and probably one of the most successful businesses in town. You could almost call it iconic. No one knows exactly what the future holds for the Deer Park neighborhood. I think that clarification at this time would be good for the business as well as for the residents. I have 11 seconds. I'm going to say something about the issue of the enforcement issue that was brought up before. I think that the word may as opposed to shall is a very, very dangerous change.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, my name is M.K. Brown. I live on Myrna and Forest Terrace. As you can see by the petition that was mentioned, and by our presence here again, yet again, it is time for us to find a solution to this ongoing matter of excessive noise from Deer Park Villa. And one that we, which will address whatever changes that might be made on the property in the years to come. Also, that's important. The current limited commercial zoning ordinance, with the revisions that were mentioned, for reasonable limitations that have been mentioned, would solve these problems. And because the zoning is different, it would not affect the establishments in the downtown area, which are also an important part of Fairfax. personally, and aside from just being able to enjoy our homes on a summer afternoon, I hope some thought will be given to those of us who work independently at home in our studios or workshops. There are lots of us in Fairfax. I believe we should be shown the same consideration that even a venerable Fairfax establishment like Deer Park Villa receives. So I hope that we can work together to solve this and not have to keep coming back with this same subject. Thank you.
Thank you. Michael?
Thank you. I feel very sorry for the people around Deer Park Villa that have a noise that inconveniences them. I also feel very sorry for the people around the Good Earth that have a noise that inconveniences them. But within our community, the reason we have a community is because some of these businesses allow us to be here. Deer Park Villa has been here longer than any one of us in this room times 2 have been alive. The houses came secondary. And by no means am I trying to diminish the people around them, but I would like the council to think before they act and make sure that we have something consistent. Because I've also watched for years how people around the Good Earth, one person has died in this argument, has continued to come to you, has continued to request relief, and yet they've been ignored and swatted aside. But then here I see another argument with the same complaint. And if it were my home, I think I would prefer to hear noise in the evening than noise at 5 in the morning wake me up every day. So I realize that it's inconvenient for everybody. I'm not diminishing anybody that has a noise, but I do think that we should look at these two things in conjunction with each other, because it's not fair if we slam one person, and I do think Deer Park has been hurt, and allow somebody else to make the same noise. So please consider both at the same time when you make a decision. Thank you.
Tonight and say that the problem was to some degree becoming ameliorated? I recall I specifically asked Mr. Franks, could he distinguish for us how things are going? And he said, you know, some things are going well, and describe them. And he said, some things I'm continuing to work on with staff. Am I correct on this? So I don't take your point. We intervened in that matter, staff intervened in that matter, in a, hey guys, hold on for a minute. We intervened in that matter and have remained actively engaged in that matter to ensure that the residents in and around Deer Park, in and around the Good Earth, would have their noise problem ameliorated, and we will not stand down until that occurs. In the same vein, we've been approached by the folks in the Porteous neighborhood and are trying to reach that similar balance. So I don't take your point on
Well,
this.
I apologize. I wasn't here earlier. I'm glad there's been a continued discussion. My point is I've seen that discussion going on much longer, and that discussion actually revolved around a temporary use permit that was not adhered to. This has a pre-existing use permit. So this is legally non-conforming if you change your laws, but it's still pre-existing. And all I'm saying is that I would like this council to try to come up with an ordinance, because someday I might be for you at the same time making noise on my property. I'd like something very consistent that all our neighbors can work with, all our neighbors can accept and say, well, we do live in a town and we have to give some consideration for business and industry that supports our town, but within there, be considerate to our neighbors. So my point is, again, there's two communities, and I'm just hoping that they can be looked at collectively as one. That's our
Thank you,
panel. Thank
Michael. Next speaker, I think I'm sorry, I didn't see you sitting there. I think you were next, actually. Could
That's
you
okay.
give your name again, please?
Thank you. My name is Allison Mullican. I live at 60 Porteous Avenue. My property is right next to Deer Park Villa. I am technically in Zone B, and I don't feel like my property should be a buffer for Zone A, which is right across the street. We are a residential street. We have many families. I have 2 young children, age 5 and 8, who are distracted by the loud music at Deer Park Villa, and I would like to be able to put them to bed on a summer night with the windows open and have them get to bed on time. And it has been an issue for my family, and I believe there are other families on my street, on my side of the street, for which it is an issue. And just to address what the previous speaker said, I am under the understanding that there is no use permit that has been found from 1981 or whatever that date was, that apparently there's supposed to be a use permit for Deer Park Villa, and I'd just like to address that. I'm under the understanding that has not been found. So I also think that this sort of reforming of the limited commercial zoning would really be a great solution for my side of the street. The B zone, of course, it would really help us a lot, the families that are on our side of the street.
Thank you very much. Frank?
Mayor and council members, Frank Ager, 13 Meadow Way in Fairfax. I've been hanging around Fairfax since about 1944. A little bit of history with the town council. Fairfax has historically been a resort town. Our family is originally a San Francisco family, and we've been there since the turn of the century. Rennie and I moved to Fairfax we bought a house in 1963, I think February 63. And I used to run into my family members from San Francisco over by Deer Park Villa back in the 60s. They were coming over here for dinner, for events, and it was kind of surprising. I mean, they didn't tell me they were coming, but we would run into them. So there's a certain amount of history about Deer Park Villa and Marin County. So fast forward to 2015, as a resident of Fairfax since 1963, the historical perspective is really important for our community. Fairfax is losing a little bit of its soul. It's happening over time, but it is changing, and I understand change occurs, and some of us who've been around a while kind of, are a little concerned about the change that's occurring, but that's what happens. So my family, we've attended weddings, we've attended funeral receptions, we've attended anniversary parties, class reunions, Chamber of Commerce parties, and other special events at Deer Park Villa over the years. They've had live music inside, outside, and the music has been an issue. It's been an issue forever. As a council member, we tried to deal with the music issue. We tried to require use permits. We tried to require the restaurant to keep the noise down. We had noise meters. We checked on things all the time, and actually, the town of Fairfax has been through lawsuits, been through use permits with Deer Park Villa over the years, and they have prevailed. So music has been part of the history of Fairfax, and it's been part of the Deer Park Villa. Sometimes fabulous, sometimes too loud, etc. But there's got to be some mechanism to allow Deer Park Villa to exist, to have outdoor music, to have indoor music, and to set certain limits on it that respects the neighborhood and allows the business to remain. Deer Park Villa is one of the top 10 producers in sales tax for Fairfax. So there is an advantage to Deer Park Villa remaining open. I would just urge you to come up with a solution that works for everyone, that works for the neighborhood, that works for the restaurant, that allows them to remain open, and allows them to have live music. Live music is part of the Fairfax scene, and it's important that it continue. And I believe you can come up with a solution that will meet the needs of the neighborhood and meet the needs of the restaurant, so it can remain open. Thank you.
Thank you, Frank. Sarah?
Sierra Salin. Somebody said something about consideration, and that's kind of the nut of most of the reason that we have town councils and rules and laws and jails and all kinds of other things, is we have different levels of. There's parts of the sound ordinance I don't like at all, especially when it comes to reasonable. It's like, what's reasonable in terms of hearing? For example, I've got really acute hearing. At our house right now, we have a hum from MMWD when they run some pumps to fill a tank. And it's like I can hear it in front of my neighbor's house in their porch. I can hear it all throughout our house, especially like out of one ear because it's bouncing off of one wall. So it's like, what's reasonable for sound and where is it reasonable to hear it? And where I'm going with this is a few places. One is, if you keep sound inside, in the story, it doesn't go anywhere. Once sound gets out of the bottle, it's everywhere. And with Deer Park, as Michael McIntosh was saying, as Frank was saying, Deer Park's been there forever. And it's a long-standing business. It's weddings, parties, whatever. And a lot of the houses or a lot of the people have moved into the area with it there. And how do you fairly deal with that? It's a big issue. And then there's consideration. I can give an example of houses that aren't built very well with like one unit upstairs and one unit downstairs. And you can have people that have a certain amount of consideration and walk around and think about how they're walking, and you can have other people that are just walking around all night long and clonking around and not thinking about it. And it makes a difference. And some of us have a bit more awareness and consideration of something, and some people you can call up on the phone and say, hey, this is bugging me, can you turn it down? And other people on the other end of the line will say, you know, buzz off. It's like, we got a right to do this, and we've been here since 1900, and it's like, go away. And other people say, oh, I'm sorry, I'll have them tone it down and I'll see what I can do. And part of that's personality. So how do we, there's a lot of ways to go with it. And I don't like the vagueness of reasonable people and shall or maybe. Noise is bothersome. And some people drive them over the edge and other people don't notice it. And some of us clonk around upstairs and some of us tiptoe around. And good luck.
Thank you, Sierra. Mike, did you want to speak on this? I'm sure you do.
Yeah, hi. Mike Garanghelli, 367 Bolinas Road, Deer Park. Just a couple things I'd like everyone up there to realize is that I was just a little surprised that that this was on the agenda tonight. I thought it might be on in June. In either way, I was also a little surprised that, thinking it was on in June, that this staff report personally was never sent to me or my business, or I've never seen it. So tonight's the first night that I've seen it. And so in reviewing it, I was kind of happy in the sense that you acknowledged the fact that Deer Park Villa prevailed. I believe it was 79, which I told you that maybe the last meeting we had. Of course, through time, not only has the town lost this information, but I can't find it at the restaurant either, but we know it happened. And in fact, it was found. So what I do disagree with on the staff report, which I believe would be, I guess I'm disagreeing with the attorney. Let me see if I can find it real quick. So we're, in the staff report, this attorney, I believe, said that the judgment does not restrict the council's ability to revise the town's noise ordinance. it also says, as well, there is no indication that the use permit has been modified from the conditions outlined in 1976. As a result, all options are available to the council. Well, for one thing, I would say that, in my humble opinion, that the use permit was not only modified in 76, they actually tried to stop the music in 78, and in 79, we prevailed. So 1976 really has nothing to do with this whatsoever. What happened after that, though, subsequently, like I had explained before, at least in my logic, was that in 1981, the noise ordinance was formed, and prior to that, but it was passed. And those are the rules that my family's been living by since then. And once again, for the record, there's been one actual violation that's went to traffic court, and the person who brought the citizen's arrest on us prevailed. I think, really it's kind of an outstanding record. I also think that, there was, quite a nice little effort to try to make sure, that, we were caught, so to speak. Anyway, but beyond that, I guess I would like to say that a couple things. One would be that I'd like to be afforded the chance, since we have an attorney, your attorney, commenting here. I need my attorney at this point, who I didn't bring. I never really thought after 3 years of doing this that an attorney would be necessary. But when the attorney, your attorney, says that this is how she reads it, I believe then I have to have someone defend me, or I would say defend me, but give their opinion and advise me. And I think that's fair, which is why I would want to not have anything, of course, decided tonight until my counsel has a chance to read something that adversely affects our business. Speaking of which, in reading these notes, it reminded me, if I'm not mistaken, I'm not that great at math, but I think I've been doing this for 3 years now. And I think that is something else I need to consider as to why I've been up here so many times. Obviously, we care about the community, and by the way, I'm proud to say next year, and as far as being open to the citizens of Fairfax for business, Deer Park Villa, not by my family, but Deer Park Villa opened up as a lodge in 1916, and that's going to be 100-year anniversary next year, and that's kind of what we're going to kind of hang our hat on. And when I served on the council, and as I grew up in Fairfax, I've always been into, because of Deer Park Villa, been into the history of that place for sure, but Fairfax in general. And, to keep up a 110-plus-year-old property is no easy feat. Lots of things happen when your property gets that old. So I'd like to know, I'm asking the council to give me the chance to go have my council evaluate what your council's saying, number one. Number two, I also want to remind you that over this 3-year period, I've been maybe, I don't know, a dozen, maybe it's not a dozen, but quite a few council meetings, met with the neighbors one-on-one, been through a mediation process. I've done, quite a few things to try to be a good citizen and be a good neighbor. And those things continue. One of the nice things that
we need to wrap it up. We're over.
I know, but this is my 100-year-old baby, so I'm sorry.
We need to wrap it up, please.
Sure. Well, let me wrap it up by saying this, that, oh, geez, you threw me off there for a second. That the, oh, now I forgot, I guess. But bottom line is that we'd like to take a look at that and, on the mediation part. On the mediation part, we met also with another sound person there. And so there's even more strategies to help mitigate things that haven't even been above breaking the law according to the 1981 ordinance. So that's what I have. You have any questions?
I do. What are your immediate, if you are able to share with us or wish to share with us, your immediate plans for the operation of the restaurant? Vis-a-vis?
Yeah, well, lots happened since December 4th, and lots happened, each month is a little bit different, but, we've looked and continued to look for options, I suppose, of operating the business. And at the same time, we're still open. So right now, we have about 22 or so weddings this year, or parties, I should say, as one. They're not all weddings. And we're, continue to operate our business. So the goal for me is to be a good neighbor. My goal is to retain the property and to keep it, the historic part of Deer Park Villa, going and open. So it's transition time, but so we're kind of fighting it at both ends, and that's kind of what's going on.
Thank you, Mike. With that, I'd like to bring it back to
I'm surprised there's no questions from the council.
I think there are.
Okay, well, it's as briefly as possible. We have a lot of people waiting, a long agenda. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Mike, what did you I wanted to get your take on the concrete propositions that the neighbors have presented to us tonight, that allowing indoor music until 10 o'clock and outdoor acoustic music until 8:30. And I forgot what the third point was, allowing the bar, I think, to operate till 10 o'clock in the Grove.
Yeah.
And was wondering if those are workable suggestions from your perspective.
Well, on face value, those aren't workable, but I would prefer to have them in writing for review. I mean, what I heard, I can hardly hear it to begin with, so I wouldn't say that I actually heard what they said. If they put something in writing, I guess we can take a look at it, but my stand is we have the right to do what we're doing and still be a good neighbor, by the way. We still want to be a good neighbor.
The suggestion, if I heard it correctly, was, allowing indoor music until 10 o'clock.
Right.
And outdoor music until 8:30. And I'm just wondering if that specific suggestion would be workable from your perspective.
Yeah, the answer would be not really, no. At the same time, like I said, I like to, be afforded the time to take a look at anybody who has a proposal out there, and we can review them. But I'm saying that, this was two things. One, it was kind of settled in 1981. And two, I still want to be a good neighbor and do all the things that I can do. That's part of the mediation process that ended, but there's some suggestions there that we want to keep working on.
Hey, Renee, did you have a question? If you don't, that's
Actually,
fine.
my question is for Garrett. So what Mike was expressing is that he hadn't received or wasn't specially notified with the staff report. What is the general protocol in terms of if someone's property or their item that is on the agenda, are they specifically notified, or are they supposed to be looking at the website, or?
We don't generally send the staff reports. In some cases we let them know. Other cases we talk about it. We think they'll look. For the record, there's the same staff report almost that was listed in January, the original item. Now, I can't say whether or not Mr. Garangelli knew. That's what he's saying. So that's the case. But typically, we don't. I don't send a notice to the neighborhood. I don't send them the staff report.
You got to do this. If it's directly affecting a particular property owner, a business owner, we have to send it directly.
But we talked about it, so I think the issue is, as staff, sure, we could try to do it in the future, but the problem is, do we have to then send it to everybody who sent us emails and saying they want responses? Do we
We've
just
done
send
a
a
couple of
notice?
things.
It's
So
a different
let's-
thing. The reality is, if you're telling me in the future, do it in the future, that's great. It doesn't help at this
Actually, I
moment
just
in
want to
time.
talk about this moment, though, and that we're setting forth to make a decision because this has been going on for, as you said, 3 years, but actually 2.5 since I got here.
Just feels
This
like three.
particular
Feels
conversation.
like 3 years.
So what I just want to see whether, you know, we are being unfair to make decisions now, even though I would hate to keep dragging this. But I do want to be fair.
My take is, here's my take. My take is this item's been discussed for, as you said, 2.5 years. Different variations of these different options were placed on the agendas at different times over the 2.5 years, which the parties may or may not recall. I will say, without reading the staff report, it's difficult for me to recall all the different things that happened over this period of time. However, that being said, I will say Mr. Garangelli has indicated he'd like his attorney to look at things. Suggestion from our town attorney is that perhaps the attorneys talk and discuss the matter so that they can have a discussion and a meeting of the mind, at least regarding legal issues.
Okay, so with that suggestion, I think what we'd be talking about is continuing this till June, which I know people in the audience are not very happy with. And I think I will say that I've heard this for 2.5 years. I'm glad to hear Frank think we can reach a solution that would be suitable for everybody. And I think this is one of those that not everybody's going to be happy with all elements of any solution. So I think what I've heard is that we continue this till June, but I think we need to really move it along. And in June, I think we either need to make a decision or say it goes to the Planning Commission or make a decision, because we cannot continue to drag this out.
Can I make one suggestion before we do this? What's the direction that we're giving to our lawyer?
To talk.
Janet, what are we telling you to do if we're not giving you any idea or direction on the sense of the council's position on this issue?
I think at this point, what I'd like to do is if he has an attorney, and I'd like to talk with him to see if we can reach an understanding of just the current situation, the current environment in which we're operating under. Because I think there's a difference of opinion about what currently sits, because we're missing documents. And I think we need to have some base understanding of where everybody is at this point in time from a legal perspective.
All right. Well,
But John wanted to weigh in.
yeah, I mean, I also want to weigh in too. And I guess before we go down the rosy path of lawyers talking to each other and working out where the battle lines are, I mean, that's not the right place to go, in my opinion. And the mediation thing, and basically you were talking back and forth with neighbors and stuff like this. And was it polarized the whole time, in your opinion, or?
I thought we were making, I learned a lot through the process. I thought we made some good ground.
Okay. I'm curious whether, I mean, earlier we talked about sound walls a little bit, and I came up with a sound wall design that I saw over at the Civic Center, which was actually fairly effective. And I realized there's never going to be a roof over that grove. But I was impressed with how much sound that sound wall soaked up. It's not a cheap sound wall, and I know you built a prototype of a sound wall that was pretty affordable. Did you and the neighbors talk about sound walls at all?
We had a site meeting at Deer Park with the sound engineer, and a lot of things were discussed that were, some new things that were discussed about, action type items. Once again, to David's point earlier, was that, because of the transition, I wasn't quite sure which way to go with it in terms of when to start implementing certain things. And I also need some advice on how to do that. But believe me, for quite a while. Here's the thing, is that everyone thinks they want to make a big decision right now on a 100-year-old business, but like 2.5 years makes a difference in 100 years. I'm sorry, it doesn't. The truth of the matter is that, you know, there's some precedent about what's happened before this council in 1979 or 76, 78, 79, 81, and here we are. And I just want to know, you know, I thought that by keeping on working with people and this and that things would be fine. We're not really breaking the law, number one. I'm sorry to say, that's true. And number two, we're trying to work with people. Now, when I read this, and it's, you know, an interpretation of saying that, you know, just do whatever you guys want, I have a disagreement with that, and I'd like to get advice on that. That's all. By the way, I don't. That's why I haven't called a lawyer yet. You know, I think one time I had a lawyer here, but really, that's the last time I had one. Yeah. So now I just need to try to protect my rights and I'm trying to keep a historical piece of property going. Yeah. This is more of a labor of love than it is anything else.
Yeah, I can understand that, you know, and I can appreciate you're not, you know, lawyering up immediately, but basically to go at it, I mean, it's more than 76 and 79 and 81. I mean, from what I gather talking to people who've been around, you know, that's been every 10 years, you know, through the 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s, like that, you know, it comes up. It's an issue for people that, you know, it's a noise issue generally, you know, and then it settles at a non-agreement more or less because the two points of view are different, you know, and obviously there's some place in the middle which maybe everybody can live together and maybe for another 10 years until it comes up again with a bunch of, you know, new people. But I guess the point, you know, rather than doing a battle over it, you know, and I agree that this noise ordinance that we have, you're in compliance with that noise ordinance pretty much, depending on how it's interpreted, and it's certainly, it's pretty easy to stay within the fence of that particular law, you know, the way it's written. So a lot of people have problems with the noise ordinance, and then other, you know, it's a double-sided coin. And then there's the judge's action in here that we can't find the details of, you know, which basically, I guess that's prior to the noise ordinance as it was written.
Well, verbally, but the just FYI, what the judge verbally said was, you know, the town said, well, how can we, you know, well, what are we supposed to do? And that's why the 1981 ordinance came about. Yeah. So it was just a verbal from the judge. Okay. Back then they did things different, maybe.
Sure. And, you know, and I could probably relate to that a little bit better, but what I can really relate to is working out some way so that, you know, and it's expensive to put up sound walls. And what I'm envisioning is something, you know, it's a wall, you know, it's taller than that one there, whatever that is, 10 feet, you know, maybe it's 12 or something like that, but it absorbs a lot of sound. It doesn't bounce it around. It's not a hard surface. The example up at the Civic Center is you stand next to that thing, it's like standing in a redwood forest because it soaks up the sound. And if that was going around the perimeter of that grove, back from the trees.
I'll email the action plan, the next steps that came out, that was born out of the site meeting we had.
Yeah, I'd be interested to see that.
I'd like to send it to Garrett and to you guys.
And, you know, and obviously it costs money for that, you know, and I mean, and this next statement may not be as popular with people living on Porteous, but they've bought houses up against Deer Park Villa. Those houses may or may not have, depending on the feeding frenzy when bidding wars were going over on the price of houses, but theoretically they were a little cheaper because they're right there and this is an issue, you know. Just like houses across the street from a grocery store tend to go for cheaper. You know, since this sound wall would raise the value of those properties, maybe it's appropriate to ask people if they would be willing to contribute to something like that that would help. I mean, you're shaking your head right now, and I floated this idea to members in the community. There's some that are at quite a distance, and I'm not talking about those people chipping in, but they're welcome to. they shook their head too, and it's just now the battle lines are here.
No,
You
it's
know, I
not
wouldn't
that.
do
It's
that.
that we'll pay for it.
Yeah.
We'll fund the money. I don't need
Mhm.
to take any money from anyone else to do
But
this.
what I'm saying is they would benefit, and so it might be
sure
appropriate.
Why don't we
But
consider-
I would like to explore positive solutions that
Me too, by the
that
way.
help
That's
you
why-
exist and help them exist.
So I have a
And
suggestion, is that we've already given direction to our attorney to discuss with Mike's attorney and resolve the discussion of the judgment, whatever we have in our information. And then, John, perhaps you could take a look at what Mike has suggested, maybe even meet with Mike to go over your suggestions. And then we continue this matter till June. Maybe we have a sound wall, maybe we have a meeting of the minds, and then for that meeting, we really need to, 2.5 years for people who feel, really displaced or upset by the noise is a long time for them. It may not be a long time for 100 years, but I would just say, why don't we continue this till June? Janet, our attorney, will talk to your attorney. John can follow up with you if you can send the information to Garrett, since John has expertise in this area.
Well, I don't have expertise, but I'm
have
not a
more-
sound engineer, but I would like some backup from staff.
You have,
It's engineering kind of thinking.
I'll put it this way. I'll
And
continue.
let's work together, try to figure out
I'll
a way to work.
continue, as always, to cooperate.
Mhm.
I am pretty much against changing what I have here, but I will totally be working with you, the neighbors, whoever, on improving whatever we can do. And for right now, we're a lot slower than we were a year ago, so it's kind of reduced already in that sense, but at the same time, that's not the long-range plan is to get busier. So I want to make this work, believe me, okay?
So can we come back
It's
in
to
June with the
everybody's
express intention of taking some action and then also looking at all of these, that you will have spoken to the attorneys
I
will have
think,
spoken?
Mike, you may disagree with that, but we're going to continue this till June, and perhaps there'll be some wonderful resolution during the interim, but we're definitely bringing this back in June, and on that, if we have not reached resolution or some ultimate solution, we will be making a decision as to next steps. And they may be steps that you're happy with. It's just, we need to bring this back, and we can't continue to drag this out much longer. So does that work? I'd like to entertain a motion for that.
Before you do, I wanted to address substantively something that the residents had brought up. One of the suggestions was possibly changing the zoning to create, some kind of reasonable uses in terms of amplified music. And I wanted to ask our town attorney if that's an option, because it seems like what is needed would be some kind of clear instructions that would balance the needs of Mr. Garanghelli and his business and the neighbors. And the difficulty of enforcing a noise ordinance is you're dealing with noise as it's measured at a certain time and so forth. And I think ultimately a solution may need to be crafted in terms of discussing, times and conditions. And one of the suggestions is taking it back to the Planning Commission. And hopefully these things could be worked out, but I would like to also look at the possibility of modifying the zoning in that district in terms of the times that music could be used, because that may be where a solution may lie in striking the right balance as far as the times when outside music could be played versus inside music. So when we come back to bring this up again in June, I would like staff and the attorney to look at that possibility.
Sure, we'll keep it at, we'll put it in as an option that you could direct staff to pursue if that's an option you wanted to undertake.
Thank you.
So, oh,
So
I'm
it's
sorry,
a three-pronged thing. It's basically figuring out where the ground is now, talking about your thing, and then figuring out what other options, short of legal stuff, making it physically work with the sound wall.
Yes.
Okay, great. And I'd like a motion to continue this till June with those next steps being taken in the interim. John?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. So it's 10 o'clock, and I'd like to see if there's anything we can continue. I have a feeling the answer might be no. So I know we want to, I think the item 20 will go relatively rapidly. I know we have people here for the homeless subcommittee. I know we have to take up item 22. And I suppose the tree committee could wait. We could move that, but it's going to be quick. And then I think 24 is time critical as well. And then 25 should be relatively quick. And then the directed referrals, we've already moved it, and I think it's going to be pretty quick. So let's see what we can do. And poor David's getting more ill as the hours go on. Let's see what we can do to move this along. We can revisit again. Thank you all for staying. And so we're going to take up item 20, and since we covered this in pretty extensive detail on the presentation, if you'll do kind of a brief staff report, Garrett.
Sure. Item 20 actually is the introduction of an ordinance to amend Chapter 8.44, our clean indoor air and health protection, to include restrictions on the usage of electronic smoking devices and prohibit smoking in tobacco retail stores. This was an item actually that Mayor Kohler requested to be put on the agenda. So in essence, town code now prohibits the tobacco smoking in town-owned facilities, many places of employment, public places, and multifamily units of 4 or more. What this ordinance does in general is make electronic smoking devices also prohibited in the same places that tobacco smoking is prohibited. We use the same definition as the town of San Anselmo, but the only twist on that is we did apply it to any smoking device using a cartridge, even if it's not nicotine-based. In terms of that, the amendment also would delete a provision in our town code that allows smoking to retail tobacco stores. We don't have any such stores in town, but this would prohibit it in the future. And one of the last policy issues that Mayor Kohler was hoping for the council to discuss, but maybe could take it up another time, is the concept of banning electronic smoking devices in lounges and our bars in town. And that also, as clarification, applies to any new businesses
Let me
coming
just
in town.
clarify that. That's not what it is.
Oh, okay.
What it is, and it would come back later as a zoning thing, would be, or we can discuss it later, is that it's banning these vaping lounges or vaping e-cigarette bars. These are kind of the latest craze in a lot of areas. So it's not banning it in bars and lounges, which already would be included the way we've done it, but it's these vaping lounges, and so that's a different issue. And that's, I think that was a misunderstanding in the writing, but I just want to clarify that. So that's what we're talking about. That would be a separate issue. We can discuss it at a later time. And then the only thing is SB 24. It would supersede some provisions of this, but basically right now the form of SB 24 is really just changing the age from under 18 to be under 21. It may change because it's still in process, so it's not that what we would do would be totally changed. The age might change and maybe a few other things. So with that, sorry, I just wanted to clarify that. And anything else you wanted to add, Garrett? And oh, just the other thing for people is we have a little revised version of the ordinance that came in our supplement. It's some slight revisions that were made that were some corrections. And I just want to add something. This is very cutting edge, you know, by extending it to these things that potentially may not have nicotine but other chemicals in them. We've done that, and some other things that we're doing is a little more cutting edge, but it fits within the kinds of things that we do in Fairfax. So with that, I want to open it up to the council. John?
Yeah, I guess I'd like to speak to maybe some unintended consequences here. I mean, we don't have any vaping bars in town, at least outside of somebody's private house that they might be doing something. Who knows what people do in their own house. Basically, what we don't have anywhere in California, and you know, we should talk about whether we want to have it in Fairfax or not, but I think Fairfax culturally will be the kind of thing. In a couple of years, California is going to be looking at a ballot initiative that might legalize recreational marijuana, right? And, you know, I'm not advocating for this or not, I'm just saying, well, look, that might be down the road. And the way that the ordinance is written here on section 844-080 A and the 2, which is basically retail tobacco stores where it's not allowed. But it's towards the end of...
What's it called? What's the section?
Section 8.44.080, smoking optional areas.
Right, okay.
And there's where, except as otherwise prohibited by state or federal law, which currently marijuana is illegal by state and federal law in one way or another. And it says, and then it's struck out as the following areas should not be subject to smoking restrictions in this chapter, and then the stroke out section is, you know, saying they're not subject to it. It says shall apply to it. And that's private family residences except when used as a child care or healthcare facility, and that's staying in there. And what is crossed out is retail tobacco stores except where smoke from such stores enters an adjacent enclosed area where smoking is not permitted. And to me, there's some gray area in there that's not really articulated, which is the kind of thing that you see show up in certain districts in, say, Amsterdam, which and probably Colorado and Washington State and Alaska also, depending on how those laws are structured. And we don't know how the laws are going to be structured here. So I'm just saying we should think about that in the way that this is written so that, I mean, it's probably not earth-shattering to believe that somebody around Fairfax would, if it was legal in this country, we have lots of bars and drinking establishments here, somebody's going to want to open a, whatever you call it, a pot bar. And they wouldn't be allowed?
I think there's a couple...
Would that go over in Fairfax?
We'll worry about it when pot becomes legal.
I think that's part of the, if
I mean, I can understand your concern about vaping and stuff like that, but this is
so
frankly part of the culture of
Fairfax. Marijuana
Fairfax.
still has toxic chemicals in it. It's not pure. And I think what we're
That's
talking...
true, but so does alcohol.
I think what we're talking about...
And that's a different discussion.
Okay, so there's a couple of things. This is basically striking out the idea of a retail tobacco store, which we don't have any, and I don't think we really want to encourage that, nor would we want somebody opening in the future maybe a vaping lounge, which is sitting around with e-cigarettes. At the point that recreational marijuana becomes legal, if it does, then that will supersede any local laws, and we can revisit it at that time if it's something we want to allow in Fairfax. I think David spoke to that. So although you're raising good points, I think we'll take it up at the time, or another council will take it up at the time.
Okay, well, what I'm just saying is we're talking about this language right now, and if it's relatively easy to fix a couple of words and save a lot of trouble down the road, we should just think about it.
I guess my point is I'm very strongly personally against people smoking in stores. And so to me, it's not a relatively easy fix, and that's my opinion. So I'll open it up to the rest of the council.
Yeah, John, I think it's too difficult to try to anticipate how, in the event that marijuana becomes legal, how we would sort of rewrite this in anticipation of that possibility. And I think it could, when that comes up, I think we will want to have some kind of restrictions on where people can smoke pot, just like we have restrictions on where people can smoke cigarettes. Tobacco is perfectly legal. If marijuana achieves the same legal status as tobacco, it still has health effects, secondhand smoke, and we can address that at that time. And I commend Barbara for bringing this forward. This ordinance, the way it's rewritten, I think it does a good job of incorporating the same restrictions that exist for smoking regular tobacco and putting those in, and including vapor devices with them. And I think that's a very reasonable approach, given that they're very similar hazards for secondhand smoke and so forth. So I think the ordinance is actually really well written. I went through it looking with an eye towards, are there any problems with vagueness or anything? And I think it's actually really well written, and I would support it as it is. And I think it addresses, by putting vapor devices in the same legal framework as regular tobacco, I think it addresses the problems in a very, very cogent and logical way.
Yeah, and I would agree with all those points. I mean, that's the intention of this, and I didn't mean to discount your work here. I mean, I think actually putting vaping in the same category as smoking is the same. I mean, it's realistic. I was just trying to get ahead of the curve there a little bit. That's about all.
Thank you, John. Others? Renee, no? Okay, so with that, I'll open it up to public comment. I want to thank Bob Curry and Elizabeth for staying. We're a tough crowd here. We stay. Anybody else want to speak on this issue? I think we heard a lot of public comment after the presentation, so it doesn't appear so. So with that, I'll bring it back to the council.
And while it would be most appropriate for you to make the motion, if you wish, I would be happy to do so on your account. To introduce and waive first reading and read by title only, ordinance number next in line, an ordinance of the Town Council, Town of Fairfax, amending Town Code, Title 8, Health and Safety, Chapter 8.44, Clean Indoor Air and Health Protection, to include restrictions on the usage of electronic smoking devices and prohibit smoking in tobacco retail stores.
Someone like the second?
I'll second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you, and I also want to send a thank you to Katie Wazinski, who works with Janet, our town attorney, who really tightened up the language, and Bob Curry for his work and sharing with us and reviewing this information. So thank you all. With that, we will power on to agenda item 11 on the priority conservation areas. Thank you. Thank you, John. We don't always agree, but. Okay. So, Jim, did you want to do the staff report?
Yeah, I just paraphrase it. Basically, the first round of priority conservation areas started in 2006, 2007, and this is an update in that process to identify properties that ideally, if funding was available and were offered up, could be put into open space preservation in some way. This is really the Open Space Committee's baby, though, and Jack and Mimi are here tonight, so this was just a cover staff report that we are in sync with them, and we recommend that you support their efforts to do this. And their staff report, which is attached, is much more detail. So without further ado, I suggest they take it away.
And I just want to mention that we have a supplement to this
Yes.
with maps and a red line.
Yes.
And so with that, first of all, I want to just say thank you to Jack Judkins and Mimi Newton, who worked tirelessly on this item. So if you want to make a brief staff report, because we have folks waiting.
Okay, I will be very brief. My name is Jack Judkins. I'm a co-chair of the Fairfax Open Space Committee, and I didn't work on this tirelessly. I'm very tired, actually. So there's just 3 points I want to make. Number one, why are we doing this? We're doing this because ABAG has said, all right, we had round one, there were areas designated. This is your opportunity now to take a look at what's been designated and determine if there are additional areas that you believe within your sphere of influence ought to be designated in addition to the ones that already are designated. So that's why we're here. We need town council authorization by way of resolution as part of our application process. That application closes at the end of May. So that's, I apologize for bringing it here late, but it's been an effort to get it together. So point number two, what does designation of the areas shown on your map do? And I want to read to you, unless I've already lost it, what ABAG has to say about it. Again, this is a regional process that ABAG devised to identify priority conservation areas, meaning areas because of their natural resource value, their scenic value, their open space value, their recreational value, are a priority to protect and preserve if that opportunity becomes available. So what does it mean to have these areas identified as a PCA? And I'm going to read a quote from the ABAG site, which says, the PCAs are envisioned as a framework for directing future regional funding for acquiring open space and conservation easements. That, as I understand it, is the sole purpose of this. Should there be funding available in the future, a number of the larger funding entities have committed to using this ABAG process as a means of identifying where their money ought to go. So that's what it does. What does it not do? It doesn't change anything about a particular piece of property. It doesn't change the zoning, it doesn't change the general plan designation, it doesn't put a target on that property other than if there is an availability for acquisition of the land or acquisition of a fee. And I would also point out that from my knowledge, and I have fairly extensive knowledge of this, almost every major piece of funding that's out there will not fund you unless it's a consensual willing owner circumstance. It also doesn't, of course, change any laws related to takings or eminent domain. So if I were a property owner, I would actually, and had property that I might want to dispose of in the future, I would look at this as a good thing. It gives another potential competitor for my property to get money in order to compete. So that's all that this does. Third point. So how did we decide on the designated areas? And I'm going to be fairly broad brush about this because, first of all, ABAG's focus has been broad brush. You know, we're not focusing on individual parcels. We're not focusing on this small 3-acre lot or that small 2-acre lot. We're focusing on broader areas that have significant resource value. So what we have attempted to do in a broad brush sort of way, which is consistent with how this has been done in the past, is to identify those areas that by and large are adjacent to or have resources that are adjacent to areas that already have been protected or that have significant natural resources or recreational opportunities that ought to be protected in the future if that is possible. So Mimi has a much firmer grasp on the specific 3 areas that we've identified, and so I'm going to turn it over to her to give you just a brief synopsis of that.
Okay, and if we can do this pretty brief. I know
Okay.
you guys have been patient.
There's the part in red is the western edge, and it bumps up against the yellow priority conservation areas that ABAG had already identified, which are the Central Marin ridgelines, as well as you see the Cascade Canyon open space. It's really the area of Fairfax that touches upon Western Marin and the already protected or already designated areas, and tries to sort of fill in a gap between Loma Alta and Tamarancho. South, we were looking at Meadow, which is the larger purple circle, and then the areas that abut up against Sky Ranch, the other purple, at Deer Park. And then the green, much to our dismay, we didn't think that the Wall property and that whole ridge line above the Wall property had actually made it into the Central Marin ridgeline designation, so that green one is an attempt to pull in that area. And I'm happy to answer any other questions about the areas.
So questions of the council? No, we're not doing public, right now right now we're not doing public. We're just gonna see if the council has any questions. Peter.
Quick question, Janet. I just wanted to get your take, confirming Jack's comments that this designation doesn't affect the legal status of the property that's so designated, and if you could maybe just give us a little bit of
Well, that's
information
our
on that.
understanding of it. I think people differ, obviously, property owners differ in an opinion on that, but that's our understanding of it. That's what we would say, yes.
It doesn't encumber the property from sale, or if someone doesn't want to, designate it as a kind of open space, they're still free to sell it.
Yes.
Okay.
So my question was just, in the staff report, it says that the council can modify the PCA areas at its discretion. So how does that work once it's designated a PCA? What does that actually mean?
You read it more closely than I did. Where is that in the staff
It's just the first
report?
page of the background on the Fairfax Open Space Committee's proposal for the 3 areas.
Well, I wrote that memo, although it may have been changed. I don't know.
I'm just wondering in what case we would want or need to modify, and how does that work?
I think what it's referring to is at this meeting, potentially.
I'm sorry.
It's not subsequent to the.
I thought it was a special policy for how we modify. Okay.
At this meeting, if we wanted to change the PCAs.
Right. Once designated, it remains a designation. I mean.
And I have a question. Does anyone else? John, do you have a question?
Yeah, I'm wondering, I mean, talk about a broad brush. I mean, the designation on this map is, I think intentionally general. I mean, it doesn't call out specific properties, and, it's a bunch of ovals drawn, in areas, some of which have a bunch of houses in them, some of them don't, and they're different colors for different areas. So this map is, I guess, to put it shortly, it's fairly vague. Is that enough for something like this to rest on?
So let me just add, just as a point of clarification, that let me just add as a point of clarification that your resolution says it's the undeveloped, underdeveloped, and recreational lands within those areas that are subject to the designation. So I think that may address your concern, and leave it to your staff to tell you?
Yeah, I read that section. I mean, but
let me make one other comment. So the map that these colored ovals were placed on is the map that ABAG sent us with the yellow blobs of the existing Central Marin Ridgeline PCAs. So our drawing purple, green, and red blobs is just as exact on the base map that ABAG sent us as their standard for the existing PCAs, if that helps you.
I guess in my I mean, I've spent a lot of time looking at maps of Fairfax, as I think you have too, but I mean, these blobs that they have, I mean, they kind of look like blobs, but they are actually particular shapes that are picked up off of, you know, map. I mean, they're certainly don't follow the property. I mean, the Tamarancho one is kind of combined a little bit with White Hill, and you know, it has a relation to what's on the ground. You know, they're not ovals.
Well, although the one that looks like it goes up Oak Manor, that's the one they told us included the wall property, so I don't know.
Well, I'd say one corner of it might touch the wall property.
Right. So, you know, I mean, that's part of why we felt we needed to fill in some of the gaps.
Sure. I mean, it's the uplands of you know, Canyon Village, and you know, the Lutheran Church, Jehovah's Witness Church. That's that 50-acre property that just is goes up to the ridgeline, and that's generally in that blob, if you will. Yeah, so they are not precise, that's for sure, but they do have some relation to the topography, and so I would just question whether, you know, a series of ovals will be held by, you know, holding up in terms of what they're looking for.
Let me raise my question or comments, is that having seen this so late, it's really difficult, and the fact that when you look at the previous PCA, there's actually lines around those. And maybe at one point they were blobs, but here's my feeling is that, first of all, I want to thank Sean Kennings for working with Mimi and Jack on putting this together, but I really think what we need is some lines, not just circles and ovals, and we need this overlaying on a town map, because I'm not even thinking about ABAG. I think for transparency, for our community people to know where we are talking about. I mean, John is amazing. He can tell you where things are on this map. And I think what we really need, and so my direction is, I think we need these maps with lines around these areas and overlaying on a town map so we can actually see what we're talking about. And I don't think that can happen tonight, but that is my comments for now, and I'd like to open it up to public comment. Okay, I guess, wait, Michael, sorry. Peter's got one more question.
One other question about the map. Some of these areas that you've designated, are some of these are outside of Fairfax, or are they all within Fairfax?
Yeah, there are some areas in San Anselmo and unincorporated county included in, I believe the Zone 1 has some around Tamarancho that may be unincorporated, and Zone 2 used to touch into San Anselmo, but I think we reduced its size, so it maybe have a little bit in San Anselmo. And Zone 3 should also include unincorporated land above Oak Manor on the ridge and over the other side of the ridge down to Sleepy Hollow, as well as the Cappy property.
Okay, thanks.
I think one comment I would make, sorry Michael, is that while having been a member of the Open Space Committee and we have maps that show going into the unincorporated areas, I don't think we have the authority as this council to send a resolution that includes unincorporated areas.
So way it works is it specifically envisions that you could nominate areas that go outside your own borders, but you would want to give notice to the jurisdictions that are impacted, and then give them an opportunity either, you know, to say they support it or they don't support it, or that they, you know, to be silent about it. And I provided notice over a month ago to both the county open space district and San Anselmo. I've heard back from the county that they generally support the areas that we'd identified previously, and I've been keeping them updated as the map has evolved. Debbie Stutzman had put me in contact with additional people in San Anselmo. I haven't heard that they have any objection. What I understand is that they also support it.
Okay, thank you. All right, with that, Michael, I'm sorry, you know, you've been quite patient.
All right, thank you. First, I'd like to address Peter's comment, and Janet, Janet. Actually, Michelle, I'm going to take a full 5 minutes. I'm representing 65 people. Okay, so Janet, I'd like to address this too from her comment, which is incorrect. I believe if you look up in your appellant reviews, there's a case that the defendant was North Carolina Transportation District, where the highways made an overlying area nearby in the assumption that someday they may exceed or expand their current footprint of their highway. That was viewed as a taking because it does cloud title as to diminish the value of that property. The state of California was also recently slapped with their expansion of looking for water, and this is one that's relevant to our own state, that any sort of deformation, permanent deformation, or going on someone's property with the expectation of trying to explore if there might be a need for our water was viewed as a taking. Therefore, there's a requirement of due process. This process here is the same thing, that you are clouding title to my property. The fact that this was put on a consent calendar should be embarrassing to all of you guys. Not only was I not notified, but to see it on a consent calendar, and even right now in your packet, it doesn't even have a map to show what these areas are, yet my property is designated in there. That's embarrassing. I would really hope that all of you guys could do better. Last month, as before David, so the last attempt on my property was Flood District 9, deciding that they would put a reservoir on my property for a flood basin, asking for 250 acre-feet of water. When I explained to that, yeah, how big is that? 44,000 square feet, 1 foot deep is 1 acre-foot. So I explained the room we're in was approximately 900 square feet. That meant they would have to completely dig out my property to the level of the creek, which is 17.5 feet.
Michael, the flood control district is not the issue.
No, it's another taking. This is just an abuse. The flood district was another try to take until I explained to them that exceeded their whole budget with a value of $50 million
Michael,
and digging it down. This is the same thing. You guys are, excuse me, this is my time to talk. And if you'd please listen.
Excuse me, Michael, keep it to the point.
This
and
is to the
I will
point.
also tell you that if you disagree with our council, that's okay, but you have no right to tell her she's wrong. So
actually,
okay.
I think that there's appellant review.
Go ahead. But let's keep it to the priority conservation areas, please.
What I'm saying is nothing more than a taking. There's due process that you guys are stepping outside the scope of the law. This is just another continued attack that I put up for 12 years. This is very relevant looking at the flood district, which was to excavate my property 17.5 feet and put up at least a 12-foot concrete wall. Okay, when we start looking at these things, we realize that this is outside of our scope. I would like you to also look at what we're doing here. But to try to designate my property as something, which is what changes entitlements, which changes value, which an entitlement is, to a piece of property, it clouds the title. It clouds its assessment. And if there is any sort of movement here, it's called a taking. And salient to this conversation, I encourage the council, because I'm correct on this, if you look up even the state of California's water, you can find it there. You can also look up North Carolina, as I cited. So it's very relevant. And there is a due process. That's why we live in a democracy. But to again put this on a consent calendar and not even provide me with a map, at least Mimi said that at the end of this, I could take the map on the board. If you guys want to do something, why don't you try working with a stakeholder? When I asked Garrett outside, is my property contained in this scope or sphere? He said that if I brought it to your attention, you'd be happy to take it outside of that sphere. I would like to see if you'd do that. I would like my property right here and now be told to not be a part of another taking, or if it is, I would like you to go through the proper channels of due process and spend your money. So would the town council make that statement that I'm not included in this reach?
Michael, thank you for your comments.
No, I'm asking a question.
Michael, we're not here to debate with you. You've made your statements. I believe Frank wants to make a comment. So we're done with your public comment.
I want to know specifically what the council's doing.
We're going to bring it back to the council. We're not having a debate with you. So
I'm not asking for a
down.
debate. I'm telling you that I want a very specific language so that I have a very easy, designated legal course before me. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Frank, did you want to make a comment?
Yes, quickly, Mayor. Frank Eager, 13 Meadoway. You know, on the issue of lands that lie outside the town limits and the ability of the Fairfax Town Council to have any kind of say or authority over those lands, if you look at the LAFCO, Local Agency Formation Commission maps that delineate Fairfax's planning sphere of influence and Fairfax urban service area, if in fact those lands are within the LAFCO maps, you do have the authority to recommend to either the County of Marin or ABAG or whoever is making some kind of decision about the lands surrounding our town. You do have authority, and you should make recommendations. Just because the land is outside of our town limits, don't let that dissuade you from addressing it and making recommendations.
Thank you, and I think John just also informed me that that was the case. So that's true, and this is what I said to you, Barbara, was that during the general plan process, I mean, basically that sphere of influence is what you're referring to, and in fact, Fairfax had been lax in talking about their sphere of influence because they didn't have an updated general plan. Our general plan does talk about our sphere of influence, and the county had been asking Fairfax, like, well, you know, we're zoning a certain area this way, but we don't have anything to guide us as to what Fairfax is thinking about this area. So it behooves us to talk about and talk about what we want in our sphere of influence.
Thank you, John. So seeing no further public comment, I'd like to bring it back to the council. I mean, my recommendation is that we get the maps with the specific lines overlaying on the town map, that Mimi and Jack work with Sean and work with staff right away to get that resolved, to make sure that it's crystal clear, and that we bring it back, because it has to be done prior to May 30th to coincide with our budget workshop, which I believe is May 28th. So meeting with Garrett and Jim to make sure that the maps are very crystal clear. I would also say, and this is not about the arguments brought up about potential takings, but because the Marin Town and Country Club is the only piece of property in town that has a requirement for voter-initiated zoning, and I realize this is not zoning, I would say it would be better served to cover the rest of the areas and just extract that one piece of property. That's my proposal, and that we continue this, get the maps resolved so it's crystal clear where those lines are and overlaying on the town map. Others on the council, I know I usually don't speak up first.
Excellent idea, and I fully support your doing that.
Would we like to make a motion?
Pretty much speaks to it.
Okay, would we like to make a motion to that effect?
I'll make the motion that we bring this back in June with the more accurate maps, and that we extract.
May,
I think we
at
need
your
to-
budget workshop.
No, it has to be May 28th.
I'm sorry, at the budget workshop on May 28th?
28th.
I think it's
28th.
the 27th is the other one. Okay, it's the 28th.
Hold it. I have my calendar here. Look, it's paper.
With the budget. I think it's May. Which one is it?
The budget workshop is on the 28th.
Okay.
We have a council meeting dealing with the housing element on the 27th.
Yeah, we don't want to do it with that one. So the 28th?
Yeah.
Okay, second?
Wait, and the motion also includes the extraction of Marine Town and Country Club from consideration and discussion in here.
I would second that.
All in favor? Aye. Thank you, Mimi and Jack. Okay, thank you. All right, so moving on to, and thank you folks who have been waiting for item 21.
Okay, so colleagues, I am here to make a very brief presentation from a very beautiful presentation that was put together in order to share with the cities. It was, this is item number 21, and it is a proposal from the MCCMC subcommittee on the homeless subcommittee to provide funding for funding a citywide community homeless fund. At this time, and you may recall, and I'm just going to quickly go through the chain of events that occurred when the REST program approached the council, and Fairfax became the one and only council to approve the ask, which was $16,000-ish to fund, put toward funding a 24/7 permanent shelter. Not right?
Not quite. It wasn't 24/7. It was really a nighttime shelter. So
That's the one.
24/7.
It's just almost 24/7 right now. So Fairfax went forward, and we were the one and only that did go forward. In the interim, that money has stayed in its place and has not gone away from us. And through a process whereby the MCCMC subcommittee, which I have been a part of, it's been a 1.5-year process, REST has participated in advising us and listening to us, and subsequently sat down with Kate Collin, who was the sort of the person driving the MCCMC subcommittee, and came up with another way of looking at moving this forward to achieve the goal of creating the emergency beds, winter emergency beds in Marin County, which are gravely needed and have been provided by the REST program. So the ask became a different ask, which is now an ask for a 3-year commitment at $11,781 per year over the 3 years. And what it does is it allows the REST program to expand to serve 6 months during those winter months when those beds are most needed. And I'm not doing the greatest job presenting this because I'm looking out at Meredith Barnell, who wrote this proposal with many of the other folks who are working on these issues. And she is here, so I'm actually going to ask her to stand up and to explain exactly what the ask is. I will tell you that in the last several weeks, the councils of Corte Madera, San Anselmo, San Rafael, Novato, and then tonight Larkspur all voted unanimously to support this fund. And what it will do is fill a very important gap as the county is looking forward to how we will create a permanent shelter with all of the wraparound services that we've all been talking about.
Thank you, Renee. So Meredith, as I've been asking everyone, I realize you've been very patient, but keep it very brief. It's getting really late, and we appreciate you coming and sitting for as long as you have.
And this is my second meeting tonight. I was in Larkspur earlier.
So real commitment, and thank you very much for coming in. I think that, I just wanted you to speak a little bit to what the ask is in terms of the fund and how it will function and what it will exactly fund, and what the plan is as this 3 years is going by.
Yes. It is my intent to be brief. I feel like I ought to be entertaining too, since you all look like you're in need of some entertainment. My name is Meredith Parnell. I'm actually the co-chair of the Marin Organizing Committee's REST strategy team. So REST is just a program that's administered by the St. Vincent de Paul Society, but I'm really here on behalf of the Marin Organizing Committee, which, as you may recall, is a broad-based organization of institutions throughout the county. Mostly faith-based congregations, but nonprofits as well. So I know that you have Mayor Kohler, that you have a number of specific questions, and I don't know what is better for you. I can give you I'm really here to explain what we came asking for before and how this is different and how it relates, because I feel like that's the part that's the gap that's sort of missing. And I want to make sure that I start by thanking Fairfax for your staunch support and your willingness to stick your neck out in the first place. That will never be forgotten. I mean, we really appreciated your willingness to do that. And our intent is still the same, and our interests are still the same as the Marin Organizing Committee. What we've always been committed to is expanding the number of emergency shelter beds in this county beyond what we have. And we originally started with a proposal, which you heard, which was to figure out a way that we could create a year-round rest program, which was really going to just be nighttime shelter, and for that we needed it to be in one place. And so we were looking for funding, and we were looking for a site. The site we have not been able to find a politically viable or physically appropriate site. We sent out to rent or lease a site. We work with county staff. We work with service providers. We scoured the county, and for a variety of reasons, that has been a bigger issue than the funding, is finding the site. While we were doing that, and all the conversations we had with many elected officials, because we did presentations all across the county, what we found was people really had an appetite for creating the political will to put together something more than just rest, a 24/7 full-service shelter facility that is like what is described in the 10-year plan to end homelessness, but that's probably going to be something that's going to have to be built, that is going to be longer term, that's going to be a different kind of political battle. And we weighed our options, what we could do, and we decided that without a space to rent or lease, the best way to meet our own goal of expanding rest was to work in conjunction with the MC Subcommittee on Homelessness. Kate Collin herself approached us. We figured out a way to collaborate, and that's what this proposal is. Because there isn't a place for that Fairfax funding to go, because there isn't that place we could rent or lease for a year-round shelter, this is the proposal that is going to best meet that need to buy sort of this 3-year window of opportunity to really work on what it's going to take to make a 24/7 shelter facility actually come to fruition in this county. Because right now it's just an idea on a piece of paper that everybody thinks is a great idea, but no one's putting anything behind it. So that's what this is really about. And Councilmember Goddard was correct in saying that if you were to vote to approve, you would be the 6th city that would support this effort. It is on the agendas in May for Tiburon, Belvedere, and Mill Valley, and I've yet to hear about Ross and Sausalito.
And Meredith, correct me if I'm wrong, it takes 6 of the county's
It takes 6. The way that
the
the proposal is worded, 6 of the cities need to approve the proposal in order for it to go into effect. So you would, in fact, be the 6th if you were to vote for it.
So I have a few questions,
Please.
if that's okay. So one is just a simple question, is that it looks like to me the total funding for a year on your attachment A is $360,000.
That is for 6 months of rest, yes.
Well, then are we being asked for $11,000 twice? Because the annual funding, I'm looking at your attachment A, your annual funding is $11,000 from Fairfax. All that adds up to $360,000. That's annual, that's not 6 months. Then you have a budget for rest that shows it's also on attachment A, 6 months is $360,000.
The $360,000 is to be split between the cities and towns and the county and or MCF. They are actually working out that funding between them. That $180,000, if split with the same formula that we used for our previous proposal, which is half of it split by equal shares and half of it split by pro rata population, thank you, I'm losing it, that equals $180,000. So it's the cities and towns sharing that $180,000.
I totally understand that,
Yeah.
Meredith. You have
Barbara, I think I can answer that.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah.
Renee.
So it's for a 6-month, which is when the REST program would be operating. It's annually, but it only operates the 6 months. So that 180 split between all of the cities.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry, yes, that's correct.
And then the other question I have is that when Russ came here before, it's mostly volunteers, and it was my understanding there really weren't employees. And now on your 6 months expenses for rest, you have wages of $270,000 for 6 months, and then if you add in all the other things associated with employees, it's $316,000. That's quite a big chunk of the 360. Am I missing something?
Well, I think that your previous understanding of REST was incorrect. It's always been staff like that. The amount that we came, so REST didn't came asking, was the Marine Organizing Committee, was asking for the cities and towns to contribute 20% of that annual operating budget for a year-round rest. And that year, I mean, the REST program itself is staffed by St. Vincent de Paul, and the volunteers are the people who cook the meals and buy the food. So there's always been employees.
How many staff are there?
There is a director. There is probably going to be an assistant director. Every night, the 40 men who stay at my congregation when rest is in effect, I think there are 2 staff members who stay with them. There may be 2 shifts. There are transportation people, because there are buses that pick people up and take them away.
Yeah, but that was usually Catholic Charities, I thought, was doing the transport, not anymore.
No, they just supported the actual bus.
Okay, well, all right, so that's helpful. And then a question I have is just, I'm fairly familiar with the Continuum of Care program, and I think the county gets about $5 or $6 million, and that's HUD money. And it looks like the money would add to the Continuum of Care program, but my guess is that that money is going to be exclusively used for this REST program.
So I can answer that.
Okay.
And so what I learned, because I spoke with Kate Collin today, because she has some of the finer details on the funding and the county funding, is that the REST program is not covered by the Continuum of Care. And this year, basically what happened is the county...
No, I know it's not, but the proposal is saying the money goes into the Continuum of Care program. I know it's not currently.
That the money goes
If we approve this, it becomes...
It goes into a fund
at
Community
MCF.
Homeless Fund to ensure consistency with the county's...
The Continuum of Care is like an implementation plan that covers a large variety of things. It's shelter, it's transitional housing, all that.
I understand what that is.
So it's not a specific program, it's really like an umbrella description.
Okay.
And REST is a part of that whole Continuum of Care. It's like an entry-level program. The reason why it's set up with a fund, this was something that was discussed with Matthew Heimel as the county administrator as a mechanism so we didn't create like a whole nother JPA overlay. So that's what that's about.
Understand that. And then just one more question, and I apologize for these questions.
Sure.
I tried to ask him beforehand so that I wouldn't have to do it. And then the other thing is, first of all, I want to say I'm very supportive of this. When REST came, we were the only city, and we all stepped up.
Yes.
And said yes. And so I'm very supportive of. My questions are not about not being supportive. Is just I'm unclear how we make sure that the money stays with the REST program and it isn't funneled off to some other county uses for homeless things would be good, but I guess I want to make sure that there's some assurance that it would stay with the program that we intend it to stay with.
I think that's a good question. My understanding is that there is going to be a subcommittee at the Marin Managers Association level that's going to be Matthew Heimel plus, I don't think they've worked out the details of who's going to be on that subcommittee overseeing the spending of the funding. The intention is that it would go to fund REST, and that potentially in the future it might be leveraged to be able to fund other services, but my understanding and everyone's agreement is that this is about funding REST.
Okay.
But I will say it is also written and in the report that other programs are fundable by this fund. So REST is the first out of the gate, I think, is how it's written in the presentation. But other funds, and I think Garrett can speak to this as part of the the managers committee. I don't know if you'll be part of the subcommittee. The Marin Managers.
It hasn't been
come
created yet.
through.
Yeah.
It hasn't come through.
No, well,
You've discussed it.
Yeah, so maybe to clarify,
Yeah.
the recommendation before you is the allocation of funds so that we budget for it, and then the final authority would come with the approval with the budget, and that you just direct staff. Ultimately, we'll work with the county and the Marin Community Foundation. There'll be agreement. There'll be an agreement in place that it creates this community homeless fund and what it can be used for. And then there's a subcommittee of the managers then that would oversee the work and review the use of that fund. So all those details still yet to be created, just the communities are asked to commit, budget for it, and the details will be worked out.
Okay, thank you.
We're going to be paying very close attention to this.
We're not worried about that.
With that, do we want to entertain a motion?
Oh, yes. Renee, you should do this. You've worked on this.
I would like to put my glasses on. I would move that we allocate. Is this what I'm going to read here? Your recommendation?
Yeah, that's
We're going to
correct.
allocate the $11,781 in the fiscal year 15-16 budget from the general fund for the MCCMC homelessness. Too tired. Homelessness
I think you
proposal.
can probably make them a little more brief.
And direct staff to return for final spending authority through the fiscal year 15-16 budget approval process. We will direct staff to work with the County of Marin and the Marin Community Foundation to create a community homeless fund and execute any necessary agreements to be reviewed by the town attorney to enable Fairfax to contribute to such fund for 3 years. And direct staff to work with the Marin Managers Association to create an MMA subcommittee to work annually to review the use of the Community Homeless Fund to ensure consistency with the county's continuum of care.
Second, the easiest vote of the night.
And all in favor? Aye.
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 Okay, thank you for being so patient.
May I just have one moment?
Quickly.
Patty Brightman, 12 Raleigh Court.
Hi,
Thank you, bless you, and good night.
Thank you, Patty. Okay.
Canal and San Rafael, I'm with the same contingent. I was in Larkspur earlier today and San Rafael and Novato, so it's going to be a first start. We're going to really do something. Thank you.
Good night. So Norma, it's okay if, did you want to make a comment? Or you can go home.
She doesn't want to go home.
Okay.
What could be more interesting than this, really?
Okay, well, we will get to it, but we'll just We'll take it now. We will definitely take your comment. Okay, so let's move into item 22. And I'm just going to say to all the people on the council, we're not doing council member reports tonight. You can do them. I'm sorry, you're not. And next month you can cover both months.
Oh, you don't want to offer that.
All right, but you still get 3 minutes. Okay, so Garrett, item 22.
So item 22 is their second reading of the ordinance that allows emergency homeless shelters by right in specific districts. One district is public domain. Public domain actually are town hall properties, which is really the Women's Club to Town Hall, Pavilion, the ball field, and includes the county library. It's also allowed in the Central Commercial Zone, CC, that in essence right now is really Center, Broadway, Sir Francis Drake, Bank to Pastori, that area. And one note that why we had to include more than one zone, the state law does require that there's sufficient zone to allow for this type of use. So why are we doing this? Again, we mentioned this back at the council meeting on April 29th, at the special meeting, but for the viewing audience at home, reason is state law does require all the communities to adopt this this type of to allow emergency homeless shelters by right in a zone, and by doing so, the town is also enabled to update its housing element in 8 years as opposed to 4 years. More importantly, as you stated, it's just good policy. As just stated on the previous item, Fairfax has always been a leader, being socially conscious. You took the first step when you were talking about funding the REST program, and so it would seem to make sense to enact a policy like this. All the other towns have actually adopted this type of land use, and so really what we'd be doing is just also taking that step. The other thing is homelessness is a regional problem, so this helps address that more on a regional basis. And I think the last couple of things are that I think we need to point out that this land use does set standards for the projects. It's limited to a total of 20 beds. Any additional number would require a use permit. And I need to point out really briefly the general plan map will need to be amended to make it consistent with public domain. The parcels, you'll notice that some of the parcels that are listed weren't listed specifically in the zoning code. That's because they fell under a broader category. And I think that's pretty much it, other than last comment is I think this ordinance is wholly consistent with Fairfax's efforts and the council's efforts to always be a leader in social issues, and that concludes the staff report.
Thank you, Garrett. I would just say, why don't we, if the council wouldn't mind, we do public comment first, and then we'll bring it back to the council. So, Norma, do you want to just step up and make your comment quickly? And then you can go home. Unless you want to stay till the bitter end with us.
I'm going to wait and hear it pass. Norma Fragoso, 74 Myrna Avenue, Fairfax. I'm very supportive of this. Thank you for your efforts.
Thank you, Norma. Michael, did you want to make a comment? You don't have to. Thank you. I'll bring it back to the council. Any discussion or motions ready to go? Peter, would you like to make the motion?
Yes. Move to adopt the
you just need to read under recommendation.
Oh, okay. Wait, sorry, it is late. Waive the second reading, read by title only, ordinance number 788, ordinance of the Town Council Fairfax, amending Town Code Title 17, Chapter 17.008, 17.012, 17.052, and 17.100, and adding new chapters 17.130 and 17.138, and amending the town zoning map.
Second?
I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right, thank you. And let's move on to 20. Let's make a brief staff report, Garrett.
This is just an item that's the second reading of the amendment to the tree ordinance, and what that did was it removed a council member on the tree committee and added 2 at-large members. And the whole point related to that was just to avoid any issues regarding appeals.
And I was going to ask the councils if we could go to public comment, which we have none. So I'll bring it back to the council for final discussion or motion.
I'll waive second reading, read by title only, and adopt ordinance 789, an ordinance of the Town Council, Town of Fairfax, amending section 8.36030 of chapter 8.36 trees of the Town Code.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, moving on to item 24.
Alrighty, this is an update on our current Chapter 8.32 of the Town Code Urban Runoff Pollution Prevention Program to bring us in line with the Phase 2 stormwater permit. I can touch on the items that I think are the changes that are going to affect us the most, if you'd like. And
Or maybe just touch on what it provides us with the authority to, whatever you
Well-
think is most important, Mark. We'll leave it up to you.
So this allows us to regulate the pollution into the creek. And the pollution is litter, any kind of discharges, chemicals that might have the potential to get into the creek. It also includes sediment, dirt that can get into the creek. A lot of these items are already in place, but the big change will be with construction projects. Any construction project that has any grading at all at any time during the year has to submit the erosion and sediment control plan. And that sediment control plan has to be reviewed by a specialist, so it will be going to an outside agency for review. The other change is that the town is no longer going to be allowed to have any litter larger than 1/4 of an inch go into the creek. And so they're in the process now of trying to figure out the best method to do that. There's a lot of different contraptions out there that can do it. The biggest concern that I had with it and other agencies in the Ross Valley is that we flood, and a lot of these catchment devices are going to be a problem that way. So we've got to figure out something that's going to work for us. So those are the real big changes that I see. I think everything else in here is pretty similar to the way it was, or as is it is now.
Ordinance that all of the other jurisdictions are adopting.
That's correct. So there's a lot in here that may never apply to us. There's a lot in here that applies to large development projects, malls and huge developments where they have to put maintenance plans in place that will capture all of their pollutants. That may never happen here unless we have a huge development.
And Mark, this is also riffing off of a general NPDES Clean Water Act permit, which groups all similarly situated discharges as opposed to, let's say, an individual permittee who would have a tailored permit for their operation, thus the broadness of the scope.
That's correct.
Other questions? John, you appear to be touching the button.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, it's a pretty, you're right, it's a pretty broad thing, and I read through it a couple of times, and the devil's in all kinds of details. I mean, it adds that layer of bureaucratic hoops for people to jump through. I mean, the construction projects, I mean, it's yet another thing on the checkoff list, so they're pretty used to dealing with it. One of the concerns that I had was that it tends to, because it's fairly broad in scope and trying to deal with everything, I was trying to figure out, okay, I mean, in Fairfax, we have a lot of people guarding. I live on a creek you know, and some, you know, I was just reading like, okay, well, does this mean, you know, I'm disturbing the ground because I'm gardening in the garden, right? Does that fall under this language? It seems like it
Probably
does.
will not apply to just somebody who's gardening, but
Well,
if,
it would
if
probably
you
not, but there's nothing that specifically says that that's.
But if we get a complaint that your gardening is causing a discharge, then we're going to have to respond to it.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of like Fairfax's approach. It's basically complaint-based, and that, you know, makes real people out of neighbors, and, you know.
Although with
this doesn't call that out.
Right. With construction projects, though, we monitor those.
Yeah.
That's not complaint-based. When it rains, we go and we check every construction site to make sure that the water that's coming off that site is clear.
As is appropriate.
Right.
I think, you know. And I guess that was one concern, you know, about the, you know, just the language of it, and certainly, you know, where you can interpret it in that Fairfax way and kind of make it work for people. But without it being spelled out that way, you know, it was a concern. I mean, and frankly, you know, this litter under 1/4 an inch, I don't see a good solution to that. I mean,
well, it's been in place in Contra Costa County, and so we're trying to get some information from them on how it's been working there in Contra Costa County. But
yeah, which is kind of a suburban kind of feel to it. I mean, it doesn't have hilly areas with tons of tree debris all washing down all at once.
Yeah, I think it's in Moraga has it in place, which is pretty similar to Fairfax.
Yeah, it's got hills
in character. But I haven't heard any feedback from those cities yet. Terry Fashing pretty much, you know, is, the county really does a lot of work on this, tremendous amount of work on this program.
Yeah, I guess I'd be a little uncomfortable passing something that kind of paints us into a corner that we don't have a solution for. Well, it's state law, yeah.
Federal law mandating state law, writing a general permit that imposes its obligations upon us, unless we want to go out and have a specifically tailored permit for Fairfax, God forbid.
Yeah, there's been several items that have been brought up by the larger jurisdictions and the county. One of them is the pesticide monitoring. We're now doing pesticide monitoring in the creeks here on the outfalls. And the county felt that if you test for pesticides, you're going to find pesticides because pesticides are legal. So why test for it? Why not take the money and spend it towards education or something else? But they didn't get anywhere with that, and so far they haven't been able to get anywhere with the trash collection devices for all of our storm drains. But we will have to find something that does work. It may be possible that we have one big collection net, you know, in Ross that collects everything at one point, or we may have collection at every storm drain, or we may have it, you know, so we have to figure out what will work. But the bottom line is that the creeks are being polluted, and we're being told that we have to do our part to stop the pollution.
Yeah, but I mean, it just seems like something written with a heavy hand. I mean, I look at the storm drain next to my house where the water runs down the street and through the grate into the creek, and it clogs up, you know, every 5 or 10 minutes. If you clear it off, it'll be clogged up again. You know, and it's leaves. They're bigger than
it's leaves,
1/4 inch.
Sticks,
yeah,
trees,
leaves, sticks.
branches.
I mean, that's what we have all over the place here.
And that's part of our street sweeping program. We're required to sweep the streets to keep
and it
as
keeps
much
it
as we
from
can
getting.
out.
Yeah, I mean, it's all good, but you know, we have a lot of trees too.
Everybody loves environmental protection until it comes home to roost, and you actually
Yeah,
have
I
to take
just-
the very things that are mandated.
I mean, I think David brings up good points, and I also want to say, having spent a lot of time slogging around in creeks, dealing with non-point source pollution, organic pollution, pesticides, dioxins, radioactive materials, I feel very strongly that we need to do our very best to adhere to this. I mean, this is environmental protection.
But I'm not-
And
Yeah, I don't
so,
know, it
I mean,
gets
but
into
I
the-
think the bottom line is, David made a good point. We're not going to go out and get a separate permit. That would cost us a fortune, nor would we get what we wanted anyway. So I think, you know, the reality is I don't think the feds or the state are going to be in here. We're going to do our very best to comply with, this is a difficult one, this quarter-inch thing. But we're going to do our best, and it sounds like you're working with other folks in building officials on trying to find a solution that'll be as workable as we can make it, right?
Yes, it's mostly public works. That's the public work departments that are dealing with this.
Okay, so hopefully you'll be able to come up with a good solution that'll be the best we can come up with under the circumstances. Renee, did you have a comment?
No, it's just that I understand when you write and you adopt policy that seems impossible and you don't have a plan forward, that it feels uncomfortable to just do this. I understand why we do
That's
it.
not really the case.
Uncomfortable is a play.
No, it really is much more planned out than that. I mean, it really
I'm
is.
just talking about the garbage collecting, because we're trying to imagine, I know, but it's like, but truly, that's, I think, what John's speaking to. Although I hear we have no choice, and I appreciate that this will drive us forward to find a solution. So that's a good thing in this.
I was using the legal terminology. Anyway,
I don't know the law.
I'd be more than happy to introduce and waive first reading and read by title only.
We may want to see if we have public comment. Michael, did you have a comment? You don't have to, but if, I'm going to open it to public comment.
Thank you. I kind of like David's comment, if I understood it. I would like to see our town be as green as it can be, but there's great value with making your rules and laws that are appropriate to your community and not being swept by one large brush. I think that Fairfax sets by example trying not to pollute things in our creek. And I can tell you from monitoring the creek around my property, the majority of stuff that I get floats down at high water. So people must have it on their banks or something, and we have a lot of water, all of a sudden it's in my creek. There's a tremendous amount of foot traffic that goes through the creek. Within the last 2 weeks, I have removed 3 homeless encampments that try to come on my property. I advise my neighbors underneath the shopping center all the time. And this foot traffic that's in the creek, especially when they're homeless, and remember, they don't have another place to be, so it's a very difficult area, but then all of a sudden they're discards. So they're excrements, I guess how you say it. They're bottles and just general garbage. And then the next time we have water, it goes floating down the creek. And so periodically we march up and down my creek and pick up garbage that doesn't need to be there. But now they've kind of been pushed off the street, and so people use our creeks as quiet highways. So that would become pollution too. I think most people are pretty conscious that we don't want to put things in a creek, and I think most people, given a chance, will actually be the best stewards you could ever have, because that's why they live in our creek, because they love the creek and they want to be by the creek and take care of the creek.
Thank you, Michael. So let's bring it back to the council. Were you going to make a motion, David?
To introduce and waive first reading and read by title only ordinance number next in order, an ordinance of the town of Fairfax, amending municipal code chapter 8.32 to update the urban runoff pollution prevention regulations.
Second?
Second.
And all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
John, did you weigh in?
No, I'll
John
vote against
Swain, no. So everyone said aye, John said no. So with that, we will move on to item 25. I don't know why I can't find it, but okay, go ahead. Item number 5. Oh, I found it.
Sure. Item 25 is an introduction of an ordinance to really allow overnight parking in downtown. In April, the council, in your discussion for a pilot residential parking program, talked about allowing overnight parking along Center Boulevard. In order to do so, we needed to modify the ordinance to allow the council to do that. And so what we've done is actually on the dais, we gave you a revised version, because I think Councilmember Laxa pointed out we didn't really define the downtown area in the ordinance, and went back and looked at that. We thought it was fine the way it was, but So what before you pretty much is an ordinance that gives you the flexibility to permit overnight parking in the downtown by resolution, and defines the downtown with an attached map, and that's the map from the general plan town center element. So that's what the area is defined. And so that's what's before you.
And so somewhere on the supplement is a map? I guess I don't see a map.
Page of the supplement. Just like that.
Should, yeah.
I didn't get it. It's not in my packet, it's not in Renee's
It's in the,
packet.
this folder?
There's two supplements.
It's the second supplement. There's two supplements. Here you go.
It's okay, I'm sure we'll find it. It's fine, it's good. It's good, I can't read a map anyway, so.
Well, you'll read. See, it's, I think you referred to this kind of shape.
We
as a
have it,
blob.
all right, so, thank you. It's getting a bit late. Does anybody have any comments? Just one question I have is I thought we were going, one thing I didn't see in here is I thought we were going to allow the downtown parking, overnight parking Pacheco to Pastori. Is that going to be a resolution we're going to get another time?
Yes, I'm sorry, I forgot to mention, with the second reading, we'll bring the resolution to allow the parking.
Okay, great, thank you. So anybody have any questions? No, okay.
I'll introduce and waive first reading and read by title only of an ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Fairfax amending Chapter 10.04 of the Town Code Uniform Traffic Ordinance adopted to allow overnight parking in downtown by Town Council resolution.
Okay, second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, we're almost there. We're moving on to item 26. And Garrett?
Sure. Item 26 is the introduction of the ordinance to update the procedures for directed referrals by the town council. Right now in town code, there's a process that we refer to as directed referral. That's when a council member can actually assume jurisdiction on applications by another body or at a lesser level authority, and that's what we call directed referral. What this amendment does, all it does is it just removes the requirement that the council member identify the basis for referral, and that's all to remove any appearance of possible bias. So it's the same process, you just don't have to list the basis.
Any questions of the council on this? No public comment, so bringing it back to the council, would somebody like to make a motion?
Oh, yes. Introduce and waive first reading and read by title only ordinance number next in order, an ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Fairfax amending Chapter 17.036 to update the procedure for directed referrals by the Town Council.
I'll second.
And all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. So I would like to adjourn the meeting in honor or in memory of Richard Rasnikoff, who passed away passed away a few days ago from pancreatic cancer. Richard was a longtime Fairfax resident and served for many years on the Tamalpais Union High School District Board of Trustees. He worked for the Robert Kennedy campaign and was a true believer in the redemptive potential of being politically engaged. He never lost his idealism or sense of humor. He was an advocate for education and students. Anyway, it's very sad circumstance and a very wonderful man. So we adjourn in his memory, and thank you everyone for being patient.